Welcome everyone, Zef and Aster are facing off on orange, with the heavy favorite looking to maintain a dominant streak. Aster owns the head-to-head with a massive 44-9 lead across their matches. You can tell by that opening round that he's comfortably in control. It'll be a tough climb for Zef to break that pattern. Things are suddenly wide open now that Zef tied it. The match is wide open despite a massive difference in their ladder positions. Aster pulls ahead again with a narrow 2-1 lead. That's been a dominant run for the higher seeded player today. Zeth is really feeling the pressure now. Aster is just too fast for him today. Aster has been absolutely on fire in his last 10 outings. Simply untouchable. He's now 3 rounds deep into this current tier. He's certainly justifying that high rank in the ladder today. Zef answers back with a greedy fight to claw another one away. That was a much closer fight than the previous. A completely effortless take for the underdog, who is showing some real grit here. Unbelievable! He has completely flipped the script and brings the series back to a dead heat. Another clean sweep for Zeth, who has completely seized control of the momentum. This is a total nightmare for the favorite. Absolutely shocking efficiency. He's now run off 5 straight to put himself firmly in the lead. What a frantic exchange. Aster barely survives that one to stop the momentum right before the break. Zeth heads into the break with a surprising 7-5 lead. Well, he's absolutely defying the odds right now. You have to wonder if the 14th seed can recover his composure after that stumble. Fresh start for both now. He holds the lead as he manages to carve out another advantage for himself. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the lower seed. Zeth is looking incredibly strong right now, taking another one for himself. Purely effortless. He's just completely overwhelmed the favorite with 3 straight wins. He's making a very strong case against the ceilings. Aster gets back in the game with a perfect execute. Zeth's recent form has been a struggle, showing in that 737 record. Aster has been absolutely dominant today with that 37-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's finally found a way to shut down the surprising surge and reclaim the lead. And now we have to see if Zef can stop this new momentum before it spirals. He's back in the driver's seat. Zeth secures another flawless kill and puts himself just 1 step away from victory. What a scrap. Aster barely escapes that exchange to keep his hopes alive. That was an incredibly tense exchange to pull off. What a nail biter. Both players were nearly empty, but he somehow digs deep to secure a huge save. He is just barely clinging to life right now. He's putting up a serious fight, completing a hat-trick of rounds to keep this match alive. He's just refusing to let this game slide away. Another huge win for Aster, keeping the dream alive while Zeth stands on the edge of victory. Unbelievable. He's forced this into overtime by closing out a massive 5-round surge. Both of them are absolutely shaking right now. Absolute perfection here. He's just completely taken over the map to claim his 6th straight. The pressure is definitely on the lower seed to stop this slide. Aster is simply refusing to let up, claiming another flawless round to widen the gap. Zeth answers back with an incredible display of persistence to keep this overtime battle alive. Wild scramble that nearly went the other way, but he clawed through to put himself on match point. Huge recovery to regain the lead just when it mattered. He's simply not going down without a fight, keeping himself in this clash with another huge response. Total chaos in this overtime stretch. Incredible. Aster storms back to seal the victory and take home the map. Zeth really pushed the pace in those middle rounds, but he just couldn't close the door in overtime. He fought his heart out today. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zef and Aster facing off on Mappas, with Aster entering as the clear favorite. Zef gets the first look, coming out aggressive and taking control from the ramp. Aster really owns the head-to-head here, with 45 wins over Zef. You can tell that psychological weight is playing a part in how comfortably the favorite is stepping back into the lead. It will be interesting to see if Zef can shake that historical ghost. Suddenly we're all square at 2 apiece. Astra. Zeth is really putting up a fight, holding his own on the ramp to take the lead. Hard to believe given that Zeth is sitting at number 37. And now we're deadlocked at 3-all. The higher rated player is starting to exert some control. Aster is really starting to build some momentum here as he puts the pressure on. It's a familiar pattern we've seen throughout their day together. A gritty duel that ended with Aster on top and is now cruised to 3 straight. The 13th ranked player is simply too sharp today. Zeth manages to edge out the duel and get things back on track. A huge confidence boost for someone who has struggled against this opponent. Looking at the data, Zeth has been really struggling with a 7:37 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear why he's feeling the pressure in this series. He just needs one solid string of rounds to get back in the fight. Aster takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. Honestly, the high-seeded player is playing exactly as predicted. He stayed consistent and Zeth is fighting a tough uphill battle here. Time to see a new side. Aster is comfortably gliding ahead with an 8-5 cushion. His consistency is just on another level compared to anyone else today. At Aster is just running away with it at 9-5. He's absolutely locked in today, just like his last few encounters. That's another effortless pickup, and the momentum has shifted entirely back to the favorite. It's a huge gap in experience when you look at those total games. He claims another one from the ramp, putting his lead at 11. It's basically a repeat of their last 3 meetings today. Zeth just gets a quick reflex win to stop that momentum. The struggle has been real for him in his last few games. What a scrap. Aster barely scrapes through that exchange, and now is just 1 round away from victory. That was a nail-biter, but he just won't buckle. A sharp response from Zeth, keeping the match alive with a very fast exchange. Just a flash of a reaction there to shut things down. And there it is, a perfect final snap to close it out and secure the series. He just completely owns this matchup, continuing an unbelievable run of form for himself today. Welcome to the arena. Zef and Aster are ready to go though. The heavy favorite looks hard to beat today. Aster has won about 84% of their head-to-head encounters. The gap in experience between these two is massive. And Aster is just continuing to put on a clinic. We really have to wonder if Zeth can find any answer today. Zeth is pulling ahead now with a 2-1 lead. Complete reversal of what we've seen in the last few meetings. We are right back to a dead heat. This has become a complete toss-up early on. He's already dominating the day with a massive positive record. Zeth just grabbed a narrow 3-2 advantage. This is a surprising turn for someone sitting at rank 37. Zeth is really surging, now commanding a 4-2 cushion. He's just completely shut down the opposition, picking up another clean round to extend the run. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up a 4th straight victory. A complete reversal for Zeth after that rough patch recently. Aster answers back immediately to hold that momentum. He needs to stabilize quickly or this could slide away. Zeth is putting up a huge fight despite his 738 record over the last day. Well, he's definitely fighting through the noise to stay competitive in this series. Now he just needs to keep this energy up if he wants to actually close out the match. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, everything about this is the opposite of what we expected given Aster's dominance in the head-to-head history. He is absolutely shocking the world right now. Time to see if the trend holds. Zeth is practically cruising with a 10-3 lead. He's completely ignoring his usual struggle on the ladder. Aster manages to clear Zeth off the ramp, which slows down that scary momentum for a moment. The higher rated player is finally starting to push back. Aster is still fighting a steep 10-5 mountain. He's showing exactly why he's comfortably in the top 15. Aster is on fire, securing his 3rd straight win while barely taking any damage. Everything is starting to align with those overall win percentages. He keeps his lead intact, coming through completely unscathed. The underdog is really defying the script in this series. The pace of these encounters is picking up and Aster is clearly finding his footing in this series. Zeth has a comfortable cushion, but the momentum has shifted back into Aster's favor. He's just not letting up. That's 3 straight for Aster as he continues to chip away at this lead. The momentum is shifting back to where it belongs. He just cannot stop this roll, extending his run to 4 straight and closing the gap. Incredible. He's erased that entire deficit to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. Neither player has any breathing room now. What a scramble. He survives a brutal exchange with almost nothing left to move himself into a match point position. Unbelievable. Aster finishes a historic run to secure the match and seal this incredible comeback. He really had to dig deep for that one after being pushed to the brink. Zeth put up a legendary fight tonight. He had to work for that. Welcome to Redline. We have Zef and Aster facing off, though the favorite here looks very strong today. Aster really controls the history here with a massive 47-9 lead in their head-to-head record. It's clear that this mental edge has carried over into today's match. We just have to see if Zef can find any way to break that pattern. Unreal. He barely escapes that clash on the ramp, with his life moving to a commanding 3-round lead. Zef shows some real grit here, winning a fierce battle on the ramp to cut into the lead. He's starting to push back against the odds here. Atar is just cruising, holding a solid 4-1 cushion. Aster is certainly making the most of that rating difference. Zef just shuts him down on the ramp and continues to climb back into this. He's proving he can hang with the better rank today. He's not letting up, securing another victory to narrow the gap. Complete opposite of the expectations going into this set. Aster manages to hold that ramp position and gets the upper hand back here. Zeth is fighting an uphill battle against a truly dominant game. Aster is absolutely on fire today with a 37-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set. He looks completely untouchable right now. Just total control from Aster, who is now firmly back in the driver's seat. It's been a tough run for Zeth across their last few sets. Aster is simply too strong right now, keeping the streak alive as we head toward the break. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. This is exactly how we expected it to go. He's staying consistent with that high win rate he has on Redline, and Zeth is struggling to find a way to stop him. Time for a fresh start. Aster is staring down a 9-4 lead after that. The gap in experience really shows in these high pressure moments. Aster's looking lethal as he pulls ahead to 10-4. The gap between a rank 13 and rank 38 really shows here. Aster simply doesn't miss from the ramp, keeping the pressure high as he extends his lead. A brutal stretch for Zeth, who has barely found success today. He's just completely in charge now, putting himself a single step away from victory. What a finish. Aster puts an end to it right there, sealing the series with an absolute shutout. A total disaster for Zeth here, as he just couldn't find an answer for that aggressive pace. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Zeth and Aster are facing off, and the heavy favorite looks ready to dominate today. Aster is absolutely crushing his recent schedule with 37-7 in the last day. And he's bringing that momentum into a matchup where he historically holds a massive edge over Zeth. It will be a struggle for Zeth to find a way back into this one. Zeth is putting on a little show here, taking a huge advantage of that ramp angle to pick up another round. A massive gap in the rankings, yet he's staying calm. Aster is showing some really strong reflexes here, cleaning up Zeth right off that ramp. Expected a total washout given the head-to-head numbers. Aster holds a thin lead as they head back out. The rating gap is really starting to show here. Zeth is refusing to let this be a blowout, holding his own for now. It's a battle of nerves for the 40 ranked player right now. Zeth is really making a name for himself in this set. A quick victory while holding that ramp position. Aster just shuts that door, quickly punishing Zeth for hanging out on the ramp. We are seeing that massive skill gap play out in real time. Aster barely holds the edge, leading it 5-4. He's playing with a massive amount of confidence right now. And just like that, Zeth pulls us back to a deadlock. The rounds are happening in the blink of an eye today. Just pure speed from both of them. Aster holds a narrow 7-5 lead. I mean, this is a much closer fight than the 84% head-to-head win rate suggests. Zeth is really pushing the favorite to the limit here. Time to see who blinks first. Aster keeps his nose ahead, but just a single point. He's completely flipped the script on his recent 11-game losing streak. Aster is currently riding an 11-game winning streak in his recent matches, and that momentum is making it very difficult for Zeth to find any real footing. It'll be a tough climb for the lower-rated player to overcome those odds. Zeth just keeps digging in, refusing to let this match slip away. Zeth is punching way above his weight class in this duel. He just picks him right off that ramp, refusing to back down. Zeth has completely seized control of the tempo. Absolute perfection from the wall, and he's now tied the game up. Absolutely unbelievable grit from the underdog to pull this even. The veteran steps back up, reclaiming a 1-point advantage. Exactly what you'd expect from a seed 13 player. Aster is really pulling away now, quickly extending his lead to 2 rounds. A swift correction to keep Zeth at arm's length. A lightning fast read to take the lead, and now we are at match point for Aster. Zeth keeps his hopes alive by knocking him off the toolbox. A crucial stop right when he needed it most. Unbelievable. Aster shuts the door on this match with an absolute laser of a shot. He really pushed the favorite to the limit, but the top seed just had too much for him today. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes today as Zef takes on the heavy favorite Aster in this duel. Aster has a massive lead in their head-to-head record, winning 84% of their career clashes. It's a humbling reality for Zef, especially since those matches have mostly been one-sided affairs lately. We have to see if this opening round was just a fluke or a genuine sign of things to come. Zef is suddenly cruising with a 2-1 lead, coming into this one with a tough 737 record today. Things are staying remarkably balanced for now, but Aster looks like he's ready to take the lead. Zeth is holding on to a slim one-round advantage. He really seems to be shaking off those recent losses. Zeth is just in complete control right now, effortlessly picking Aster right off that box. This is a massive turnaround considering the rank 40 spot. What a fight, he barely survives that exchange to keep his momentum going. His target is usually a lot more imposing than this. He's just relentless right now, taking a 4th straight to build a 4-round cushion. He's completely flipping the script from their last few encounters. He is simply untouchable right now, extending that win streak to 5. He's proving that the ladder rankings aren't everything today. Aster finally draws a line in the sand and stops that run. He needs to keep this energy if he wants to close the gap. Zeth has currently managed to push this map to an 8-3 lead. He's doing it while fighting against the current of his recent form, having struggled immensely throughout his other series today. He's completely ignored the history of this rivalry to firmly establish himself as the aggressor. Zeth holds a stunning 9-3 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything about the history of these two suggested a one-sided match in the other direction. Aster looks completely lost right now. Aster claws back one, but Zeth still dominates 9-4. He has certainly played some high-pressure matches already today. Zeth secures another, putting him up 10-4. It's almost unheard of to see Zeth this comfortable. Aster secures the vertical advantage, picking Zeth off from that high perch. The 13th seed is finally starting to feel a bit more comfortable. Zev is just refusing to let up, putting himself in a great position to close this out quickly. Aster manages to hold his ground from that elevated spot, keeping himself in the hunt. The experience gap is starting to show here. Unbelievable! He nearly goes down in that exchange, but Zef barely scrapes through to put himself on the verge of victory. Just an absolute nail-biter of an exchange there. What a scramble. He manages to clutch out a desperate win, staying alive by a hair. He's definitely refusing to go down without a fight. Aster puts on a fast clinic here, picking up his 2nd in a row. What a result. Zeth closes the door and finishes the series with a huge victory. Just an unbelievable statement from he today, finally breaking that brutal losing streak in the most shocking way possible. Welcome everyone, we've got Zef and Aster facing off in the arena, with Aster entering as the strong favorite today. Aster currently owns an incredible 83% win rate in their head-to-head history, so yeah, it makes sense that Zef is feeling the pressure early on. It will be a tough climb to bridge that gap from here. Zef uses that ramp beautifully to claw right back into this. He's had a rough stretch with that 8:36 record today. What a fight. Aster manages to scrape through that one with just a sliver of health left. He's showing why he holds that top 15 slot on the ladder. Aster leads 3-2, keeping his momentum high. That's still a massive hill for the number 37 ranked guy to climb. Aster's just cruising now, holding a commanding 4-2 lead. This has turned into a real back and forth battle. Zef is refusing to let the game slip away. Zef has completely leveled things up at 4-all. The underdog is completely ignoring that ranking disparity right now. Aster gets the better angle on the ramp and puts himself back in the driver's seat. Aster is leaning on an incredible 90% win rate in his last 10 outings. It's becoming clear that the momentum from his broader success is translating into a really comfortable lead here. Zef needs a big response immediately. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. It's been exactly what we expected to see. That 4-round streak really solidified his grip on the map. Zef needs a change of... Aster is just too quick, catching Zef right off the Tetris pieces. Everything about the all-time head-to-head numbers points toward this outcome. Aster is widening the gap, sitting pretty at 9-5. Zef is fighting back after some tough losses on other maps. A rare clash where both decided to play the ramp, but Aster was simply faster to the draw. He is certainly making a strong case for that top 15 rank. Aster's just relentless, pushing ahead to a 10-6 lead. He's definitely shaking off the nerves now. Zef digs in, trailing 10-7. He's definitely playing the spoiler role here. Incredible. That was a complete brawl, and Aster barely walked away with his life. Absolute chaos. He was just one bullet away from disaster. Perfect shot to put Aster on the precipice of victory. Zef is really struggling to hold his ground in this set. What a way to close it out. Aster seals the deal with a perfect final play. The consistency just wasn't there for Zef today. He'll be disappointed, but that's exactly why the top seed is so feared. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for a duel between Zef and Aster, where the favorite looks very strong today. Aster carries a huge head-to-head advantage, winning 83% of their past meetings. It's making that opening round loss look like a fluke, especially since Aster has clearly been the more consistent player today. He should be able to reset quickly here. He picks him right off the ramp to push his lead to 3-0. Quite the turnaround for the lower ranked player here. Aster secures a victory from the ramp, showing plenty of grit to narrow the gap. The higher rated player is finally showing a bit more life. Aster continues the charge, securing another easy kill from the ramp. The gap in their overall ranking is starting to show. Zeth pulls ahead again, holding a 2-round cushion. The latter half of the ladder is definitely putting up a fight. That's a completely unscathed win, showing that he's not going to go down without a fight. He's certainly not letting Zef run away with the lead. Zef is really making a name for himself today, taking full control from that ramp position. It's a massive contrast to his recent 8:36 run today. A quick reflex shot from Aster to keep this match narrow. It feels like a coin toss at the moment. That was a frantic exchange, but he keeps his composure to bring this series level. Absolutely nothing separates them right now. Zef secures the kill from the ramp, proving he can keep pace as we approach the halfway mark. Hard to believe he's sitting at the bottom of the ranking. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a huge shock given Aster's 83% head-to-head dominance. The lower ranked player is outplaying the favorite so far, and the momentum is shifting his way. Time to swap sides. Zeth manages to clear the ramp again, putting Aster in a really tough spot to recover. Tough way for the IRC to start the second half. He's refusing to let the lead slip, quickly shutting down Zeth to keep this game reachable. The pressure is starting to mount for the favorite now. Zeth is clearly having a rare day at the office, considering his usual 32% win rate. It's a complete reversal of how things normally go for him. I wonder if he can maintain this focus long enough to close out the series. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-7. Aster is definitely playing like a top 15 contender right now. He's showing some real heart here, taking another clean win to narrow the gap. We're seeing a glimpse of the form he brought into the server. Zef is making it incredibly difficult for Aster to mount a comeback here. The gap in experience between these two is startling. That's another a dominant round for Zeth, putting him just one step away from victory. Hard to believe how shaky the high seed looks right now. What a way to end it! He seals the victory with one last bullet from that ramp. A stunning turn of events for someone who's usually struggling this much. He's completely rewritten the script for this rivalry today. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Zeph and Aster facing off on Mappas, with the heavy favorite looking to dominate here. Aster typically boasts a commanding win rate of 62% over his career. It's a huge contrast to Zeph, who usually struggles to close out games. We have to wonder if the lower ranked player has finally found a way to crack that defense. What a scramble. Aster manages to claw out a win despite taking a huge amount of damage. He's definitely feeling that 15th place ranking now. Aster is really starting to put the pressure on, using that ramp height to flatten the game out. Zeth's holding a slim 3-2 lead right now. It's a surprising turn of events, given their lifetime head-to-head record. Unbelievable. Zeph manages to secure the kill from the ramp despite being a single bullet away from defeat. Absolutely effortless. He's completely taken control of this map now. This is a total reversal of their usual dynamic. He's just unstoppable right now, walking away from this exchange completely unscathed. He's really putting that high rating to a tough test. Aster finally gets around back to hold that momentum. He is having a rough day overall with those 9 wins against 35 losses. He's showing some real grit now, putting together a strong push to close that gap. He's fighting for the high ground to get this back to a dead heat. Zeth is currently playing against a lifetime record of only 11 wins in 61 encounters. But that historical gap is completely irrelevant if he keeps this level of aggression up. It's a total shock to see a bottom 10 player outclassing someone so highly rated. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is a genuine shock given Aster's 82% head-to-head win rate. The underdog is absolutely stealing the momentum here and looking very confident. A brutal exchange where both players traded heavy hits, but Aster manages to dig deep and survive the encounter. That was a lightning-fast exchange. Zeph is really locking things down, catching Aster as he tried to hold that ramp position. Aster is having a tough run today, currently at 9 wins against 35. Aster secures another clean win from the ramp, refusing to let the gap widen. We're seeing the superior seed start to reclaim his ground. Zeth is still in the driver's seat with a 9-7 cushion. He's definitely making the most of the momentum from those earlier wins today. Aster keeps moving forward, refusing to let this game slip away. It's a total dogfight now with a single round separating them. Zeth keeps the upper hand at 10-8. Aster is refusing to back down, digging in his heels to stay in this. A massive shift in momentum compared to his usual dominance. Things are getting really unpredictable now, with these two trading rounds back and forth in such a tight sequence. Zeth shuts down the comeback attempt and puts himself just one victory away from the win. Complete opposite of what we expected seeing the initial seeding. Aster manages to outduel Zeth from below, effectively shutting down the ramp advantage. That was an incredibly clean finish for the favorite. What a finish! Zeth closes it out and secures the map victory. He really proved that the seedings don't mean anything once the rounds start. Aster fought hard to get back in this one, but just couldn't find the final answer. What a battle. Welcome to Dunes. We've got Aster and Zeth facing off today. Let's see if the favorite can hold their ground. Aster has historically owned this matchup with 50 wins in their head-to-head history. It's a massive gap in experience, but Zeth is currently on a roll after taking their last couple of meetings. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain that confidence today. He is completely taking over now, securing a perfect third round. This is starting to look like a huge upset. He's simply untouchable right now, mirroring a perfect start to this map. The higher ranked player is looking completely lost right now. Aster gets a clean look and puts a halt to that run. Aster is showing some real grit, securing his second straight round without taking a single point of damage. Zev is currently sitting at a 33% win rate over a long history of games, but he is absolutely refusing to play the role of the underdog in this set. It's a bold performance from someone who has struggled in this specific league matchup, and he's starting to make this look like a fair fight. Zeth is just dominating, leading this clash 6-3. He is certainly making his mark today despite being outside the top 30. Absolute chaos there, and Zeth barely walks away alive after that brutal exchange. The momentum is firmly on his side now, extending the lead to 8-3. Zeth takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, the script has been flipped, the rank gap isn't showing at all, and Zeth is putting the pressure on the top seed right now. Time for Aster to wake up. Aster claws one back, but Zeth holds a 9-4 advantage. It's a tough afternoon for a player who's usually so clinical here. Aster fights back, but Zeth still maintains a commanding 9-5 lead. It's been a long day for him with a 10-34 record so far. He's completely stopped the momentum, securing another effortless win to keep this surge going. Lightning fast finish as he keeps the pressure high, continuing this impressive run. He finds another quick target to keep that lead comfortable. Absolutely refusing to let the higher rated player get back in this. A very crisp sequence there, keeping the pressure up and narrowing the gap. He's refusing to fold, keeping the pressure on to trim the lead to just one. A scary turn of events for Zeth right now. Zeth had the better read there, catching Aster right as he stepped up onto that box. The momentum has shifted completely in this series. He's refusing to let up, showing incredible heart to keep this fight alive. Zeth is playing the spoiler role perfectly today. Incredible grit from Aster to pull this level, bringing the match to a dead heat. Absolute nail-biter as we head into the final stretch. What a response. He shuts the door on that run to put himself just one round away from victory. Unreal, Aster closes it out with a perfect finish to complete the comp. Zeth really pushed him to the brink, but the experience finally paid off in that closing stretch. He'll be gutted. What a match. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Zef taking on the heavily favored Aster in this 1v1 showdown. Aster has a massive head-to-head advantage, winning 81% of their total encounters. So yeah, this is a matchup where he has historically just known how to shut Zef down. It will be interesting to see if Zef can find a way to break that pattern today. Zef is actually holding the lead right now. The lower ranked player is completely taking control here. Tough trade for Aster, but he just couldn't close it out as Zef extends the run. Unusual to see the mid 15 seed struggle this early. Aster responds with a gritty exchange to keep this close. The higher seeded player is finally settling in. Zef maintains a commanding 2-round cushion over Aster. He's really making a case for the underdog today. Zef still holds a slim edge at 4-3. It's a rough stretch for the underdog, but he's fighting back. Aster is starting to flip the script here, quickly erasing that early lead. He certainly has the experience advantage in this series. Aster is absolutely on fire, taking full control of the momentum with 3 straight kills. The rating difference is starting to show through. He's just unstoppable right now, managing to outlast Zet in another fierce shootout. He's been absolutely crushing his matches all day. Zeth earns a clean victory here to keep things tight heading into the final round of the half. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Things are playing out pretty much as predicted. He has been sharp though. Zef is definitely putting up a fight to stay within striking distance. Let's see who comes out stronger. Aster stays in the driver's seat at 7-6. The 36 seed is really putting on a show today. We are completely deadlocked now, 7-0. He's really shaking off that last defeat from the Dune series. That was a lightning fast exchange. Aster is quickly reclaiming control of the tempo here. Absolute chaos as they sit tied at 8 apiece. A complete reversal from their most recent encounter on the Dunes. Aster just edges ahead with a narrow 1-round lead. His overall dominance over the last hour is definitely starting to peak. Neither player can pull away. We've seen 4 rounds now where whoever won the last one immediately drops the next. Zef surges back in front with a 10-9 lead. Zef is really fighting through the adversity of the ratings here. We've hit a stalemate as they're all square at 10. Both players have been trading blows all afternoon. Zef is really putting on the pressure here, and we are just one step away from a potential upset. Zet is simply untouchable right now, moving within striking distance of the victory. Aster shuts the door on that chance, keeping himself alive in this series. What a way to force a deadlock. We are headed straight into overtime. The pressure is real as he tries to keep his day trending upward. Zeth is refusing to back down. He's playing a completely different game than he usually does against us. A lightning fast reset that puts him just 1 point away from a massive result. Zef is really starting to put the pressure on. He's completely shifted the momentum in his favor lately. It's becoming a game of inches. Aster has a real answer for everything Zef is throwing at him. Aster is really starting to tighten the screws now, taking a very quick lead into this stretch. Zeth is definitely giving him a run for his money today. Aster simply outclasses him, wiping Zeth off the ramp and moving to match point. Absolute precision from the favorite in the clutch. What a finish. Aster seals the deal and walks away with the victory. He really had to dig deep to get that one over the line in overtime. Zeth played some incredible stuff to push it that far. Truly an unbelievable effort. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster taking on Zeth on fast aim, though Aster enters as the heavy favorite. Aster is absolutely dominant in this head-to-head, holding a commanding 52-12 lead over the years. I mean, Zeth has the experience, but he just hasn't been able to find a way to outduel this opponent. He'll need a very strong response early to keep this from becoming a blowout. Aster just clears the ramp and maintains his lead. Zeth cannot afford to let the momentum slip like this. He's been an absolute terror throughout the day so far. We're all squared up as Zeth forces a tie. It's a surprising start for the 36th ranked player. Unbelievable, Aster manages to survive with a single point of health after dragging Zeth off the ramp. His current daily record is a massive testament to his form. Round 6 starts with both players locked at 3. It's definitely a toss-up right now, regardless of the ladder gaps. After Aster claims the edge with a slim 4-3 lead. It's a dominant day so far, moving to 35-9. Aster is on an incredible run with 35 wins already today. And it's clear he's carrying that momentum into this specific matchup. He looks completely locked in right now, leaving Zeth fighting for a way back into this series. He's just too fast right now, picking up a 4th consecutive victory. The gap in their overall win rate is becoming very apparent. He clears the round from the ramp, keeping that streak alive as we approach the break. A rough stretch for Zeth as he heads toward the halfway point. Aster holds a comfortable 9-3 lead going into the break. Honestly, this is exactly how we expected the map to go. He's simply on another level, capping off the half with that 6-round burst of momentum. What a scrap! Zeth barely scrapes through this one after dragging his opponent off the ramp. He's managed to take this set occasionally, but the road is steep. Aster's barely flinching, still sitting pretty at 9-5. He's fighting a tough trend, knowing he's won only a third of their meetings here. He's completely shifted the energy of this game, securing another round for himself. He's finally putting some serious pressure on his opponent. Absolutely lethal. He's just completely taken over this half of the match. We're seeing a complete reversal of the initial expectations. Aster regains control, catching Zeth right there on the wine box. He's looking very comfortable for a player ranked in the upper half. Zeth just wiped him off the ramp to keep this comeback attempt alive. A really gritty performance from the lower ranked player today. Aster secures the win from the wine box, quickly regaining his lead as the round count ticks up. His 70% recent form is starting to show. Zeth puts on a clinic here, punishing him right off the toolbox to keep this charge moving. A real wake-up call for the higher seed. Aster secures a huge spot on the wall, putting himself just one round away from victory. Zeth is really fighting an uphill battle tonight. Absolutely effortless. Aster closes out the series with total authority. Huge effort from Zeth to push him, but Aster just knows exactly how to close out these sets. Welcome everyone to the arena. Zeth and Aster are ready to go, though Aster enters as the clear favorite today. Aster has really dominated this rivalry, winning about 82% of their head-to-head meetings. It's clear Zeth is facing a mental hurdle right now. He'll need to shake off those recent losses if he wants any chance of a comeback. Just a total shutdown. That's 3 straight for the top seed. He's been struggling with a losing record throughout the day. The momentum is completely shifted now as he puts together a quartet of straight wins. Zeth finally answers back, shutting down that opening run. He's really fighting uphill against a top 15 rated opponent. He's putting up a real fight now, securing another win to close the gap. The underdog is definitely finding some confidence early on. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over this set, barely breaking a sweat on that last kill. Aster earns a quick victory here, bringing the total to 5. He's definitely reminding us why he's rated so much higher on the ladder. Aster just completely shuts that down, picking Zeth right off the Tetris. The gap in experience is becoming very apparent here. He's back in command now, picking up an effortless win to extend the streak. He's really put together a crushing 36-8 run so far today. Wow, he clings to life with just 7 health left to survive that rampage from the ramp. He's really showing why he holds that top 15 spot. Aster takes a wide lead going into the break at 9-3. Well, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. He's simply outclassed Zeth in nearly every exchange so far. Zeth needs a huge shift here. Zeth has a combined win rate of just 32% across his entire career. It's a brutal reality when that history matches up against someone as consistent as Aster. The mountain he has to climb here is just too steep. Another effortless round for Aster, and he's now just 1 victory away from the win. That is just sheer precision from the... What a finish! Aster closes out the series with an absolute masterclass in precision. Zeth had a couple of decent rounds, but he just couldn't find a way to stop the momentum here. Welcome everyone to the Dunes. We have Zef and Aster facing off, with Aster entering as the heavy favorite today. Aster has a crushing lead in their history together, winning over 80% of their past encounters. Zef is simply struggling to find an answer for that style of play. It will be a tough climb back for him from here. He's just too fast, securing a third straight round in a blur. Aster looks just as sharp as he did in their last meeting. He's just completely in control now, keeping the momentum high with another effortless win. He's just unstoppable right now, putting up a massive 5-0 lead. His overall success rate against the competition is a huge factor. He's absolutely tearing through the opening of this game, taking a commanding 6-round lead. He's just completely dominated this matchup over the last few hours. Just completely outclassed. That's 7 in a row for the leader. The rating gap is staring us right in the face. Finally, Zef manages to put a stop to that onslaught. A little spark of life for the rank 36 player. Aster is just too quick for him, picking Zef right off that box. He's having a phenomenal day across the board with that 36-8 record. Zef really has a mountainous task here, considering his recent overall record of 8-36. Look, he's managed to trade a couple of rounds, but he's barely scratched the surface of the gap in their current form. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as the numbers suggested. Aster is just way too consistent for Zef to keep up with right now. Time for a complete reset. Zef is narrowing the gap, though Aster still holds an 8-5 edge. He's really pushing against the odds today. He's showing a lot of heart, refusing to let Aster pull away further. It's a complete shift in energy for the underdog. Aster still holds the lead, sitting comfortably at 9. The gap in experience is evident here. Zef secures another one from the box, continuing this impressive run of resilience. A huge boost of confidence for the underdog right here. Aster regains some ground, extending it to a 10-7 lead. A stark contrast to the results we've seen all afternoon. Zef is just refusing to quit, picking him off the box to bring this game closer. He's starting to find some gaps in that defense. He's staying aggressive, continuing a tenacious search to keep himself in this game. The script has officially flipped on this series. Incredible. We have a complete deadlock on the board as Zef erases the deficit entirely. Everything is suddenly up in the air. Aster puts a stop to that momentum, securing a narrow victory from the box. His overall experience is really showing in these high-pressure rounds. Stunning display of grit from the underdog, bringing the score level at 11-11. That was a wild brawl, but he manages to survive the exchange and takes the lead. Absolute nails-biting tension as we head into the final round. Unbelievable, he just walked through that exchange unscathed to force an overtime battle. The pressure is peaking for both of them now. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that chaos with a sliver of health left. He's completely shaken his opponent's confidence right now. He's simply in another gear right now, putting a firm grip on this overtime stretch. He's completely outplaying him now, moving one step closer to closing this out. What an absolute scramble. Aster manages to edge out the win, barely clutching the survival. A critical stop right there to keep things competitive. What an unbelievable finish. Zeth completes the most improbable climb of his career to take the series. I can't believe we just saw that. To come back from such a huge deficit in overtime is just legendary. What a fight. Welcome to Mapas. We have Zeth and Aster facing off today, with Aster entering the match as the clear favorite. Zeth uses that high ground on the ramp to get the early lead. The underdog is definitely looking to make a statement early. Aster holds a massive 81% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's traditionally dominated this rivalry, though we know Zeth managed to steal a close game against him very recently. It will be interesting to see if the underdog can find a way to disrupt this trend. He's simply too fast right now, claiming another round to build a strong lead. He is definitely playing like a top 20 talent today. He's just too sharp, making it 4 straight to really take control of the map. The gap in their overall ratings is really showing here. The momentum shift is absolute as the favorite extends his hold over the map. The top 20 ranking is really justifying itself right now. He's completely oppressive right now, extending his tier to 6 consecutive rounds. He's really making the most of his 35-9 run today. He's completely untouchable, erasing any hope of a comeback by simply shutting him down from the ramp. Zeth reacts quickly to put a halt to the onslaught. He's certainly proving that he can hang with the competition. Aster has a massive win rate of 62% over his entire career. It's clear he knows how to maintain a lead when the pressure is on. Zeth just needs to find a way to disrupt his flow if he wants any chance of a comeback. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead heading into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see. Zeth is just struggling to find an answer for that high-level aggression. Zeth needs to dig deep now. Zeth is starting to put on some pressure, taking the lead with another quick win from below. He's definitely leaning on that confidence from their last encounter on the Dunes. Ather is now just one step from a blowout, leading 10-4. He's definitely playing like a player comfortably in the top 20. Zeth claws one back, but Esther still looms large at 10-5. A gritty effort from the lower-seeded player to stay in this. Aster is just way too quick in these exchanges, effectively shutting down any hope of a rally. He puts a stop to that momentum and finds himself just one victory from a total win. He's just completely in control of this series. A precise shot there, and Zeth manages to stave off the defeat for at least one more round. That was a lightning fast exchange to bring him back into the game. He's staying frosty, keeping the dream alive with another flawless exchange. He's fighting a tough uphill battle against the superior seed. He is absolutely on fire right now, extending that run to 3 straight. The composure he's showing right now is really impressive. He's just completely unstoppable, picking up his 4th straight round of the match. A total flip in momentum from how this used to look. Simply unbelievable. He refuses to back down, extending his streak to 5. He's really starting to shake the foundation of this lead. And there it is. Aster seals the deal with a fast reaction to close out the series. He really had to fight for that one, but he finally put an end to that wild run from Zeth. What a battle! Welcome to Red Line. We've got Zef and Aster stepping up for a duel, with the favorite looking to dominate once again. Aster is too sharp today. He just picked Zef right off the ramp to start things off. Expected start for the guy sitting at rank 15. Aster is looking untouchable right now, securing another fast round from the ramp. He's currently on a tear with 35 wins today. He is just completely taking over the early game. His historical dominance against Zef is on full display right now. Absolute perfection. He cleans up the fight on the ramp to push his lead to 4-0. His current form today just doesn't leave any room for error. He just refuses to let up, clearing Zef off that ramp for a 5th straight round. Zef has had a rough outing so far today. He continues to feast, effortlessly securing another victory from the ramp. Zeth's recent struggle is showing, especially with that 9-35 record. He's completely shut him out, moving to a 7-round lead. He's simply in another league right now, extending that gap to 8. A fierce scramble that ultimately went his way, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. Finally, Zeth gets a clean 8 to break that momentum. He's really putting his higher rating to the test here. Aster holds a massive 55-13 lead over Zeth in their lifetime head-to-head meetings. Well, that level of historical dominance is exactly why we're seeing such a one-sided affair today. It will take a huge shift in momentum for Zeth to salvage this. Aster leads 11-1, and it's essentially a textbook start for the top seed. Honestly, he's just outclassing his opponent right now, proving why he holds such a strong advantage on this particular map. Unbelievable, that was a complete scrap and he barely walks away from it alive. A huge fight there and he just barely held on. Aster is just too fast, shutting this down in a blink. He's completely dismantled everything Zef's tried to put up tonight. Zef is finally finding his mark, knocking the favorite right off that ramp. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. What a finish. He closes it out right now to secure the victory. That's just a completely different level of speed. Zef couldn't keep up with those reaction times today. Welcome everyone. Aster and Zeph are facing off on Fast Aim today, though Aster enters this one as the clear favorite. What a chaotic opener. Zeph barely scrapes through that exchange, clinging to just 14. He really has a mountain to climb tonight. Zeph is simply out-dueling him right now. Aster's historical lead in this rivalry is completely irrelevant in this moment. Aster has completely dominated this rivalry with 56 wins in their history together. And you can tell he's finally settling into the server now. It's a huge shift from those early rounds where Zeph looked like he had the upper hand. Zeph is just one step clear at 3-2. His recent form has been night and day compared to Zeph. Zeph is looking really lost right now as Aster just completely takes control of the map. Zeph holds a narrow lead at 4-3. It is a real shock considering how poorly Zeph has played today. That was a sharp read from Aster, using the ramp to secure the equalizer. Aster has reclaimed the lead at 5-4. His high rating is really showing in this set. Zeph just timed that perfectly, picking him off the ramp to keep things completely deadlocked. Aster just keeps pressure on, securing another one while perched on the wall. The gap in their rankings is becoming a huge factor here. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. While the higher seed is managing the pace just like we thought he would, Zeph has stayed competitive, but the 81% head-to-head win rate really tells the story here. Time to switch sides. Zeph manages to trade back, capitalizing on Aster's position on the ramp to bring this set right back to a tie. He's really putting up a fight despite the gap in the rankings. Zeph is on a roll right now, just keeping Aster out of the picture for another round. Zeph has barely looked like the lower seeded player this half. Zeph manages to find the gap and picks him right off the wall, keeping this streak alive. The lower rank is absolutely refusing to back down tonight. Zeph is simply untouchable, cleanest duel yet as he outpeaks Aster from the toolbox. Aster answers back quickly, catching the opponent right off the ramp. The number 15 seed is starting to claw back into this. Aster is really starting to lean into his advantage, taking control of the map from that high ground. Zeph is really feeling the pressure after those tough losses earlier. Zeph reads him perfectly, catching Aster right as he tried to push from the ramp. He's really defying the odds in this set. The momentum has completely shifted towards Zeph as he puts a lot of pressure on Aster here. Zeph had a firm grip on this one, but Aster is refusing to let the game slip away. He has looked lethal throughout the day with 36 wins. Zeph takes absolute control from the ramp, putting himself just one round away from victory. The pressure is clearly shifting toward the higher seed. Unbelievable. Zeph closes it out with a perfect shot from the toolbox to secure the victory. He can't believe we just saw that. He's completely flipped the script on the head-to-head tonight. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Aster and Zef facing off today with the heavy favorite looking to dominate this match. Aster owns the history here with a massive 56-14 lead in their head-to-head matchups. It's a huge advantage that puts a lot of pressure on Zef to play perfectly if he wants to turn the tide. We're all squared up now. Zeth has fought back. He's fighting uphill against a much higher rated opponent. Zeth is really starting to snowball this start, using that high ground on the wine to take control. Still deadlocked at 2 apiece. Who blinks first? Zeth is really fighting for his life today after a rough morning. Aster pulls ahead just as the tension peaks. The skill difference is becoming clear after that exchange. The momentum has completely swung as he continues to steamroll through this match. Zeth responds immediately, tightening the gap to just 1 round. Aster has been an absolute machine today, putting up a 36-9 record over the last 24 hours. It means he's arriving with an immense amount of confidence. Zeth needs a huge shift in energy to stop the bleeding. He's just too sharp right now, picking up another one to put a real dent in Zeth's hopes. Zeth is really feeling that rank gap right now. He's simply untouchable right now, closing in on a massive lead before the break. Aster holds an 8-4 lead heading into the switch. Well, the higher ranked player is in full control here. He's putting that map experience to good use to maintain a comfortable cushion. Time to switch sides. Aster's just cruising now, extending the lead to 9-4. Zeth is really struggling to hold his own against the number 18 seed. Aster reaches double digits, leaving Zeth in the dust. Just a completely different level of speed from him. That was nearly instantaneous. He's simply outclassing everything. Zeth throws his way right now. Another quick reaction from Aster, putting him just 1 round away from the victory. Zeth has essentially no room for error now. And that's it. A lightning fast finish to wrap up the game in Aster's favor. Zeth put up a good effort early on, but just no way to stop the bleeding against that kind of speed. Welcome back to the Berserk League. Aster and Zeph are stepping onto orange to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster owns this rivalry with a dominant 80% win rate across their head-to-head history. It's definitely a clash of extremes since the rankings put them on opposite ends of the league. Let's see if Zeph can actually bridge that gap today. Aster is putting on the pressure with a 2-1 lead. A tough spot for Zeph, who's been struggling this past day. Zeph is refusing to go away early. He's staying right there in the thick of it. Zeph is really fighting the script today. Zeph takes the lead, now sitting at 3-2. He's definitely making Aster sweat despite that rating gap. And we're deadlocked. Aster brings it back to 3-3. Expectations are high for the favorite after a dominant 35-9 day. Zeph is really capitalizing on these quick exchanges right now. Zeph is fighting hard to shake off a tough day of results. We're all squared up at 4 apiece. We're seeing plenty of trade-offs between these two. Aster pulls ahead again to claim a narrow 5-4 edge. The gap in experience is starting to show here. These two are basically mirroring each other right now. It's a complete toss-up. Zeth is really shaking off a long series of losses against him. Zeth holds a slim 1-round advantage as we move forward. We go into the break all tied up at 6-6. I mean, it's surprising to see such a dead heat given that Aster has won 80% of their previous meetings. Zeph is proving to be a real problem today. Fresh start for both of them. Aster regains control with a 7-6 lead. The gap between them on the ladder is showing a bit more now. Zeth has fought his way back to a 7-7 stalemate. An absolute battle of wheels from the number 36 seed right now. Zeth is really stringing these together now, moving just one step closer to a massive upset. Neither player is budging. We're locked at 8 apiece. Zeth is certainly punching above his weight class right now. Aster pushes his lead back to 9-8. The number 17 seed is starting to flex his power. They are practically glued together now, completely refusing to let the other pull away. Aster claims a narrow edge, leading 10-9. That's a tight grip on a lead he's managed to maintain across most of their career meetings. Absolute chaos here. Zeth has forced a 10-10 deadlock. He's fighting for every single inch of ground here. We've seen a real back and forth pattern these last few rounds, and Aster just edged ahead again. Aster quickly recovers his momentum and puts himself on the brink of victory. A high stakes moment for Zeth to stop his slide. Zeth stays cool under pressure and shuts down the closing window with a clean hit. That was a lightning fast response from Zeth. What a finish. Aster closes out the series with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one. Zeth played like his life depended on it, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. Aster and Zef are facing off today, and our heavy favorite is looking very strong. What a scrap. Aster claws out the victory in a total firefight, barely surviving the exchange. Aster has dominated the history of this matchup with an 81% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. It's clear Zef is fighting an uphill battle here, and he'll need to maintain this level of play if he wants to secure an upset. Zet is falling behind as Aster cruises to a 3-1 lead. The gap in their ladder placement is starting to show a fierce exchange, but Aster comes out on top to keep the run going. The rating gap is showing up in these early exchanges. He refuses to go away, digging in to keep this series within reach. A quick adjustment and he's finally got some momentum back. Zef claims another round from the ramp, showing some serious grit to tighten this series up. Zef is proving he belongs in the same conversation as the favorite. Aster was too quick for him there, catching Zef right as he tried to play the ramp. He's been absolutely relentless throughout the day so far. Zef is staying stubborn, shutting that down instantly to get within one. He's fighting a grueling battle against the favorite right now. Unbelievable, he barely survives that exchange with a single health point to even the score. Both players have barely escaped death once each in this set. A perfectly played sequence, and now he's completely taken over this series. We're all squared up at 6 apiece heading into the break. Honestly, Zef is playing well above his typical 32% career win rate here. He's matching the favorite shot for shot in a very surprising start. Time to see who blinks first. Zef continues his surge, walking away from that duel without taking a single point of damage. A complete role reversal from how we expected this set to go. We've got a deadlock at 7-0 between these two. The favorite is finally starting to lean on that experience. Good grief, what a fight. He pulls off a miracle survival, dragging himself to victory after nearly being deleted from the ramp. He secures a dominant grip on this game, coming up on top from the ramp to make it 3 in a row. He is simply refusing to let up, pushing the lead to a 3-round advantage. Zef shuts him down with an effortless win to keep the pressure on. Zet is really refusing to let the ladder gap define this series. He keeps his cool here, extending his current run to put himself just one back. Aster just puts a stop to that momentum shift, regaining control of the tempo here. And incredibly fast reaction there puts him on the verge of victory. Game over. He closes out the series with a perfect shot to seal the deal. He's just too consistent at this level, and that sub-second reaction time we saw earlier was the difference maker. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Zed facing off on Mapas in a battle for dominance. Aster enters this match having won 81% of their head-to-head encounters. It's almost a complete sweep given how often these two face off. We have to see if Zeph can break that psychological hold after starting things off on the right foot. Aster has the momentum now, leading 2-1. The gap in the rankings is really showing through here. Zeph is refusing to back down, evening things up after a tough start. He's playing way above his usual level today. Zeph is pulling ahead, now commanding a 3-2 lead. He's really defying the ladder rankings right now. That's a total shutdown. He's completely flipped the script on this series. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving to a 5-round lead. He's not going away quietly, showing some serious grit to claw another one back. The higher seed is finally starting to show some life. He's staying aggressive and refuses to let the deficit discourage him. He's cleaning up the map with some incredibly quick exchanges. Goodness, he barely clung to life there. Both of them were shredded in that exchange, but he managed to survive with a sliver of health. Zeph is really defying the odds today, despite his 936 record over the last 24 hours. He is effectively playing against the tide of his entire day. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually close this out. Zeph takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, the underdog is absolutely stealing this game right now. He's completely shut down the favorites' momentum so far today. Let's see if Aster can recover. He manages to secure the round from the ramp, continuing this determined push to close the gap. It's a relief to see him finally finding some stability. A flawless shot to pick him off the ramp, and now we are completely level. Everything's back on the table now. He's completely turned the tide now, taking a commanding lead after that third straight victory. Aster just can't be stopped, sweeping him right off the ramp for another huge point. Total reversal of fortune in the blink of an eye. Zeth reacts quickly to put Aster's momentum on ice, punishing him right off that ramp. He puts on a display of sheer precision, taking that round without taking a single hit. The consistency is returning to his game now. A completely untouched round for the favorite, who is simply refusing to let Zeph regain his footing. What an incredible fight, but he manages to scrap through and put himself just one round away from the victory. Unbelievable, he closes the door on the series, completing a stunning climb back to take the win. He really had to fight through the mud for that one after falling behind so early. Zeth almost had the upset of the day. What a match. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We've got Aster and Zeph facing off today though. The favorite looks strong heading into this one. Zeph comes out swinging with a quick read, shutting down Aster before he could even push off the ramp. Aster has dominated this matchup historically with a 60% all-time win rate. The strange thing is that Zeph has essentially spent the day as the league's punching bag. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can snap out of his slow start and regain that control. A flawless sequence for Aster, showing plenty of grit to get back on the board. He's certainly trying to justify that pre-match hype. He's finding some serious momentum here, staying completely untouched to put Zeph on his heels. Zeph is really starting to feel the pressure now. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit and we are back to a dead heat. Zeph answers back quickly, regaining a slim lead in the series. He's really fighting against a tough history in this head-to-head. Aster claws back into the lead and we are completely level now. Neither one is giving an inch right now. Another clean frame for Aster, who continues to show incredible spirit in this recovery. And just like that, Zeph ties things up at 5-all. The underdog is showing surprising resilience today. Zeph just kept his foot on the gas, taking this one right from the ramp. A real struggle for the higher rated player right now. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. I mean, Aster is doing enough to keep pace, but he's not putting the match away. He's simply mirroring Zeph's performance so far. Switch sides, let's get back in. Zeph is playing a different game today, just catching Aster as he tried to push up that ramp. Tough day for Zeph usually, but he's staying competitive. He's refusing to go away, putting up a perfect frame to keep things deadlocked. That was a lightning fast exchange to get things back to even. Zeph edges ahead, holding an 8-7 lead. It's a complete reversal from their previous encounter. Zeph has looked completely out of his depth today with a 9.36 record in the last 24 hours. It's genuinely shocking to see him outperforming the odds in this particular match. He's clearly the outlier of the day. Zeph is playing a really disciplined game, holding that ramp effectively to push his lead to 2. The rank 36 player is making a serious statement here. Aster catches Zeph on the ramp to keep this climb alive. He really needs to start protecting that thin lead. Just a total wipe, and now we have a complete deadlock at 10 apiece. Everything is back on the line after that sudden shift. Aster secures another effortless kill from the ramp, continuing his hot streak. This is exactly the confidence he displayed during his recent encounter with Crystal. Zeph shuts that door quickly from the ramp to bring things back to a deadlock. Really, an uphill battle for Zeph given his recent losses. An incredibly sharp react from Aster to put himself on the verge of victory. Zeph is really fighting for his life in this one. What a response. Zeph clears him off the ramp to force an absolute nail-biter of an overtime. The pressure is on the 15-seeded player now. Aster puts an end to the tension with a clean shot from the ramp, taking a decisive lead. A crucial moment of composure to take the advantage. Zeph has some serious nerve. He's refusing to let this go and has forced a total reset. What a scramble. Zeth barely scrapes through that exchange from the ramp to take a 14-13 lead. He really hung on by a thread there. What a battle, he almost went down, but Aster manages to survive and tie it all up at 14-8. Both these players are just refusing to... He takes control from the ramp, putting himself just one step away from victory. A massive shift from the expectations we had coming into this. Absolute insanity. Zed secures the final target to close out the series. Coming in as the total underdog today. He just proved that the rankings don't mean everything once the duel starts. He really earned this one. What a fight. Welcome to the show. We have Aster and Zef facing off on fast aim, where the heavy favorite looks to dominate. Aster holds a massive advantage in the head-to-head, winning 80% of their total matches. Zef did manage to grab a win in their most recent encounter, which gives him some confidence coming into this set. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain that momentum. Aster is pulling ahead, but Zef is still fighting. A tough stretch for the underdog, who's gone 10-34 so far today. Aster's reacting a lot quicker than Zef right now, making it look like a one-sided affair. He's definitely playing like the higher rated guy here. Aster leads 3-2 and the pressure is mounting. Zef is proving that his recent victory wasn't just a fluke. Zef looks completely comfortable right now, using that ramp to keep himself in the driver's seat. That's a huge result to bring things right back to even. He just shut down that early lead, picking Aster right off the ramp. We're seeing a total flip in dynamics compared to their usual history. Aster answers right back, bringing the series back to a dead heat. It's almost a clean slate now, forgetting those previous maps. Zeth just edges ahead with a slim one-round lead. Zeth is really making the most of his recent form today. Absolute deadlock at 5-all. What a fight. Both of these players are really digging in their heels. Zeth manages to take control from the wine box, securing a 2-round lead. Zed has certainly found his stride in this particular set. We've got a 6-all deadlock as we head into the break. Well, Aster should be happy keeping things steady despite that 3-round burst from Zef. It's a very close start for the top seed. Switching sides now, let's go! Zef is really making a name for himself today, continuing to hold the high ground from that ramp. The underdog is really making his presence felt in this series. Aster just reads that move perfectly, catching Zeth right as he tried to peek from the ramp. The skill gap is showing as the favorite settles back in. Aster is starting to separate himself here, catching Zeth right off the toolbox for a quick round. Aster secures another win from the ramp, extending his streak to 3. He's starting to look like the far superior seed here. Zed shots that run down quickly from the ramp. It's impressive to see that gap in the rankings being ignored. Zef is really putting on a show, simply refusing to let Aster get any breathing room right now. A massive confidence boost for the lower seed here. He's simply too fast for him right now, extending this run to 3 straight. Aster shuts that down by picking Zeth off the ramp, bringing things level again. Hard to believe we're actually staring at a dead draw. Aster is just too sharp right now, utilizing that ramp to put a huge amount of pressure on Zeth. It's a tough spot to be in for the rank 36 player. The reaction times are just incredible right now. These guys are swapping rounds in the blink of an eye. Tyluzet is just one step away from victory after another sharp play from the ramp. Zeth is really pushing the pace in this series. Unbelievable. Zeth secures the final round and closes out the series. Just look at that performance. To outplay the higher seed like this is simply incredible. He's definitely turning things around today. What a fight. Welcome to the arena. We have Aster and Zef facing off to see who takes the win today. Aster holds a commanding lead in their overall history with 60 wins over Zef. And you can really see that confidence translating into a fast start today. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can pull off the upset despite the historical odds. Absolutely effortless. He's just not letting Zeth breathe right now. The skill gap is showing between these two right now. Aster is simply untouchable right now, keeping the perfect start alive. Coming off a tough 11:33 stretch over the last day. Finally, some resistance as Zeth manages to dig in and secure this one. The lower ranked player is proving he can hold his own here. Aster is firmly in control with a 5-1 lead. Aster has been incredibly consistent today, posting a strong 33-11 record over the last 24 hours. I mean, he's clearly coming into this match with a high level of confidence. The real question is if he can maintain that pace against a player who is struggling to find any traction. Aster is playing too fast for him, easily catching Zef right as he stepped onto that ramp. He's certainly justifying that rating difference early on. Atar is just crushing it, already sitting at A2. Zeth has definitely seen better days in their recent head-to-head matchups. He's simply too fast, moving into the final stretch of the first half with a huge amount of momentum. Aster takes a huge lead going into the break at 10-2. I mean, everything about this half played out exactly as expected. Zeth just can't find an answer for the favorites' raw power right now. Zef needs a spark here. He is just completely outclassing Zeth today, putting on a display of pure efficiency. He's looking remarkably composed after those two losses to Zeth earlier. He keeps surprising us today. Zeth is really making Aster work for this victory. A perfect encounter here, putting him on the brink of a huge victory. That's the kind of performance you expect from the higher rated side. Zef manages to find his target, keeping the game alive for just a bit longer. Tight exchange, but the underdog stayed sharp on that last flick. He is on a roll now, putting up another fast fight to stay in this. What a finish. Aster seals the deal and secures a huge victory today. He's really owning this map. And it's clear Zef just didn't have an answer for that level of speed today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on orange for a battle between Zef and the favored Omnic. Omnic holds a significant 59-40 historical lead in their head-to-head encounters. Well, seeing how the favorite just started his match, we're looking at a player who really knows how to shut Zef down. It will be tough for the underdog to bridge that gap. Absolutely effortless. He just can't find a way to stop this momentum. Looking at the ladder, the gap in skill is clearly showing a grit and grind exchange there, but he manages to push through and claw back around a sharp turn of events for the favorite. Omnic is dominating this set, sitting pretty at 4-1. Omnic looks shaky coming into this after 3 straight losses to Aster. Omnic is just cruising along with a 5-1 lead. He is really making the most of the ladder difference today. That was a shutdown performance, adding another 3-round streak to his total. Zef catches him quickly to keep things competitive. He's showing a bit more resilience than we saw in those early rounds. Zef has an all-time win rate of just 32% in a huge sample of matches. But he is proving that those numbers don't matter when he has this kind of confidence going. He's effectively ignored the odds to put Omnic on the defensive. He is just on fire right now, securing his 4th consecutive victory to tighten this game. The tide is completely turning in this series. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a close fight, but Zef is fighting back way harder than the history suggests. He's only 2 rounds away from a tie. Time to see who's got the nerve. Zef walks away from that trade, proving he's not backing down even with the score tied. It's surprising to see the underdog this comfortable in the server. Omnic holds a slim 2-round cushion at 8-6. He's really fighting to shake off that tough run against Aster. He's keeping the pressure high and refusing to let this match slip away. He's really capitalizing on the openings now. Unbelievable, he has completely erased the deficit and forced a dead heat at 8 apiece. This is exactly what the underdog needed to fully reset the pace. Omnic regains control, edging ahead 9-8. He's showing more consistency than he did in those matches against Aster. Omnic puts up a 2-round lead as we hit 18. It feels like he's finally shaking off the rust from those losses. Zef is simply refusing to quit, securing another effortless frame to stay in the hunt. The reaction time in these last few rounds has been blistering. They're both playing incredibly fast right now. What a read! He completely shut the door on that exchange to keep this rally going. He's completely erased that gap, bringing us to a dead heat at 11-11. This is pure chaos for the man who entered as the clear favorite. A brutal exchange where Omnic barely manages to outlast him, putting the series on the edge. Just a complete clash of styles from the start. Absolute composure from Zef to force a deadlock, pushing us straight into overtime. The favorites are finally feeling the heat in this deadlock. He's just too sharp right now, securing the lead in a sudden burst of action. Hard to believe we're seeing this side of the matchup. What a desperate scramble. He nearly went down, but Zef manages to scratch out another victory. Absolute madness to see the roles completely swap like this. Huge response from Omnic, shutting him down completely to keep this overtime battle alive. Omnic is fighting back with a lot of speed, taking a strong grip on this late game stretch. Despite the rankings gap, it's a complete toss-up at this point. Zeph is simply refusing to fold, putting himself just one step away from victory. The ladder expectations are completely out the window. What a finish! Zeph survives a total war of attrition to complete an incredible rally and take the match. He fought through some precarious moments, barely hanging on in those 2 lowest HP rounds to seal it. An absolute nail-biter. He really earned that one. Welcome to the show. Zeph and Aster are taking over Mapas, and the favorite will be looking for another strong win. Aster really holds a commanding lead in this rivalry, winning about 79% of their historical head-to-heads. Well, seeing as he's also entered the day with a much stronger record, the momentum clearly sits with him. Zeph is going to need a very focused start to bridge that gap. He's just relentless, powering through to a 3-round lead. He's certainly showing why he holds the higher rating today. Absolutely flawless. He takes this one without breaking a sweat. Zeth is really feeling the pressure after those tough results today. A quick firefight here, and Zeth manages to come out on top. A much needed result given Zeth's tough run of form today. Aster's just too dominant, sitting comfortably at 5-1. Aster has really been in fine form throughout today. Zeth has struggled immensely today, posting a 11:33 record so far. And when you look at his general performance lately, it's clear he's having a really difficult time finding his footing. It will be a steep climb for him to turn this around. Aster is firmly in control at 6-3 right now. He's really putting up a fight against a much higher rated opponent. Aster answers back immediately. He just can't let Zeph get any momentum going here. Aster is cruising toward the finish line at 8-3. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Honestly, he's just completely outclassing Zeph right now. This is exactly how the match was projected to go given their history. Time for Zeph to dig deep. Aster just keeps cruising, catching him quickly from the ramp to put Zef in a real hole. He's really capitalizing on that ranking advantage today. Zef is just completely outclassed here. He cannot find any answer to how quickly Aster is ending these rounds. The momentum has swung completely back to Aster and is now just one round away from ending this. Zef manages a clean stop here to keep himself in the game. He's definitely fighting to avoid a total blowout. What a finish. Aster shuts the door on this match with one final kill. He just looked too clean tonight. This was a smooth run from start to finish for him. Welcome to Italy. Omnic takes on the strong favorite, Aster, in this exciting head-to-head matchup. Aster generally controls this pairing with an impressive 78% win rate in their head-to-head history. But looking at Omnic's early aggression here, he seems determined to flip the script on his rival. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pressure. He just can't be stopped, taking a commanding lead after 3 straight wins. A wild start for someone currently sitting at rank 33. He answers back immediately, getting a clean look to put a dent in that lead. The gap in their rankings is barely showing right now. Omnic is absolutely dominating this 4-1 series right now. He's really defying the odds today. Omnic is just cruising along with a huge 5-1 lead. He's putting on a clinic after that tough loss to Zeth. He's really heating up, taking a bruising exchange to put himself in a commanding position. Lightning fast reaction, and he's just totally shifted the tide of this map. Aster manages to claw back around and stop that run from expanding further. The veteran presence is starting to show. Aster is sitting on a huge 33-10 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence into this series. He seems to be leveraging that high energy to trim the lead and put the pressure back on Omnic. Omnic holds a 9-3 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's just completely ignored the history between these two. Aster usually owns this matchup, but he's looking totally lost right now. Let's see if the momentum holds. Omnic stays firmly in control at 9-4. He's really putting that top 20 ranking to use now. Omnic extends his massive 10-4 advantage. A complete reversal from that blowout he suffered against Zed earlier. Omnic is playing with a completely different level of speed right now, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. Aster is definitely fighting to get back into this, showing he's not just gonna let this slide. Absolutely ruthless. He's now just a single round away from closing this out. He closes the door right now. Omnic secures the win in spectacular fashion. He just completely dismantled the favorite here, putting an end to that long losing streak in a big way. Welcome to Red Line. Today we have Zef and Omnic facing off to see who can take home the win. Omnic holds a clear historical advantage with 59% of their previous meetings, but Zef actually walked away with the victory in their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if the momentum from that last win helps him upset the odds today. Omnic reacts quickly and catches Zef right there on the ramp to tie things up. He really needed that round after a rough morning. We're completely deadlocked now with Zeth and Omnic tied. He's definitely feeling the weight of that rough 11:33 day. Omnic is just taking over now, claiming a third straight round in a flash. He is simply too fast, cutting Zeth down from the ramp to extend this run to 4 straight. Zeth is having a tough time after that blowout loss to Aster. Zeth manages to answer back and reclaim a round. A huge confidence boost for the underdog here. Now it's a total stalemate between the two. It's rare to see Zeth this competitive against him. Zeth shuts down the target on the ramp and now has 3 in a row. The ladder favorite is suddenly on the defensive. Unbelievable! He barely escapes with his life to keep this incredible run alive. The lower seeded player is really making a statement here. Omnic manages to trade back, cutting the lead down to 1. The higher seeded player is fighting to regain his footing. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. Well, Zef is proving he can hang with the favorite. It's been a real back-and-forth battle with both of them trading 4-round streaks. Let's see who blinks first. Zef puts on a clinic here, catching Omnic right as he pushed out from the ramp. He's really shaking off those losses to Aster and finding his form. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Zeth survives by the skin of his teeth to build his lead. Absolutely heart-stopping to see him walk away with that one. Zeth pushes ahead by a single round now. He has a lot of experience to draw from in these scenarios. Zef is really capitalizing on a tough day. It's impressive how he's shifting his mentality after that rough 11:33 record earlier today. He's clearly not letting those previous losses dictate his game right now. What a fight. Zeth holds the ramp and claws out a victory despite being nearly eliminated himself. Zef is really stacking up the pressure now, firmly in control as the lead grows to 3. He's really defying those head-to-head numbers right now. Omnic shuts him down completely from the ramp, showing some real grit to stay in this. The higher rank is finally finding some answers in this series. Zeth quickly finds his target on the ramp, moving himself to the verge of victory. The momentum has shifted completely since the start of this match. Omnic refuses to go down without a fight, digging deep to keep his hopes alive. Squeezing every bit of life out of this series. Another swift win for Omnic, who is simply refusing to let the match slip away. What a finale. Zeth closes it out to secure the map victory. He just couldn't seal the deal. A real nail-biter. But that composure under pressure is what gave him the edge. What a fight. Welcome to Fast Aim. Zeph and Aster are ready to go, with the clear favorite looking to dominate here. Aster has practically owned this rivalry with a 79% win rate whenever they face off. We've seen that pattern repeat in their most recent encounters as well. It will be interesting to see if Zeph can actually break that cycle today. Aster wins the head-to-head on the ramp, extending the lead to 3-0. The top half of the ladder is really showing his class. Zeph holds his nerve to outduel his opponent from the ramp, showing some grit to keep this close. The underdog is definitely refusing to go quietly here. Aster puts a stop to that momentary shift, clearing Zeph off the ramp to keep the pressure high. Aster is just cruising now, commanding a 5-1 lead. The difference in rating is becoming apparent right now. Aster quickly picks him off the ramp, taking full control of the match. Zeth is having a rough go of it with 12 losses today. Zeth just walked through that exchange on the ramp to tighten the gap. He's fighting a tough climb from rank 34 on the ladder. Aster handles that exchange perfectly, quickly clearing Zeph out from the ramp. Zeph was too quick for him this time, pulling off a fast kill to keep things interesting. Still looking for some consistency from Zeth in this set. Aster catches Zeph right as he's moving up the ramp, quickly shutting down any hopes of a comeback. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as predicted. Zeth is struggling to find any answers against the higher ranked player right now. Zeth really needs to shift gears. Aster has been on a tear today with a 32-11 record over the last 24 hours. That high-level consistency is really making this a one-sided affair. It feels like Zeph is just running out of options here. Aster secures another win from the ramp, putting himself just one round away from victory. The gap between these two in the standings is feeling like a mountain. And there it is. Aster finishes the game strong to close out the map. He really looked like he was playing a different game out there today. Just an effortless performance all around. Welcome everyone, we're live at the arena where Omnic takes on the heavily favored Aster in tonight's duel. Aster dominates their head-to-head record with a 78% win rate over Omnic. It's clear he's leaning on that history, though he will be mindful of his last loss to this opponent. The big question is if Aster can just maintain the pressure. Aster holds the lead, but Omnic is fighting back. He has looked absolutely dominant throughout his other matches today. Omnic is really putting up a fight early here. This is shaping up to be a total toss-up. Neither player can seem to pull away right now. Aster barely edges ahead with a thin 3-2 lead. And we're all square now, 3-all. He's fighting through a tough run of games today. Omnic has a bit of momentum now, putting some real pressure on Aster. He's definitely not playing like a rank 32 right now. He's simply on fire right now, taking a commanding lead to 5-3. He's really shaking his confidence for a favorite. Aster answers back quickly, cutting the deficit to a single round. He's been a juggernaut today with those 32 wins. Total deadlock at 5 apiece as we head back. He looks focused after that tough loss to Zeth earlier today. A complete shutdown there as he looks completely untouchable, heading into the mid-match break. He's really tightening his grip on the match. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. Well, Omnic is playing far above his rank right now. He's completely neutralized the skill gap we expected to see in this half. Time for a clean slate. Aster pulls ahead by a single round. His current 32-11 run today is simply staggering. Aster's current 32-11 run today shows he is in peak form. This is proving to be a huge problem for Omnic, who usually struggles against top-tier consistency. It'll be tough for him to find a way back into this. Absolutely effortless. He's now taken 4 straight to put a serious grip on this game. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures another 5-point lead. Aster is simply in a different gear, cruising to one more round point with a perfect seat. He's simply refusing to let any gaps open up in this series. A clutch reaction from Omnic to take him right off the ramp. He's finally found a way to break that rhythm. That's another point for Omnic, forcing the favorite to keep his cool with one final round needed. He's playing with a surprising amount of grit today. What a finish. Aster closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. He really reminded everyone why he's ranked so much higher once things settled down. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zef and Omnic facing off on Orange to see who takes the win today. Omnic really owns this rivalry with a career edge of 59 wins over Zef. It makes sense why he started the match so strong, but Zef has the psychological advantage after winning their most recent clash. It'll be interesting to see who settles in first. Omnic keeps his lead with a 2-1 advantage. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Zef is looking a lot more comfortable now that he's managed to level the playing field. This is a complete toss-up, given how close their match history is. Zef has surged ahead to a commanding 3-2 lead. The underdog is really making a statement early on. Deadlock. Omnic has clawed back to make it 3 apiece. He's certainly proving that favorite status right now. Zef is really starting to put the pressure on as he keeps finding the quicker shots. Zef is really leaning into his momentum right now. He's managed to completely reverse the script from his recent struggle of 12-31. Today he looks remarkably sharp and he's playing with a level of confidence we haven't seen from him in his last few games. We're all square at 5 apiece after that nail-biter. It's a battle of the lower half of our rating today. What a chaotic scramble, and somehow he claws out a 3rd straight win. He really seems to be regaining his footing here. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely capitalizing on that 4-round run he put together. It's a very balanced start for both players, staying right in line with how we expected this to go. Fresh start for Zef here. Omnic is pulling away now, holding a solid 8-5 lead. He's proving that his recent losses today were just a minor slump. Zef just wiped the floor with that exchange, refusing to let Omnic pull too far away. That was an incredibly fast resolution to that duel. Omnic is tightening his grip with a 9-6 cushion. That's an impressive turnaround for him after those previous losses today. Omnic is dominating, extending his lead to 10-6. Absolutely flawless reaction there, and he's now staring down a huge gap. Zef answers back quickly to keep things interesting. The two of them are almost identical in the standings. Zef is making a real push here, cutting into that lead quite rapidly. Both players are fighting up from the lower end of the ladder. A perfectly clean strike from Omnic, putting him just 1 step away from victory. He's really leaning into that expected advantage right now. Zef keeps the dream alive with a lightning fast shot to keep the pressure on. He's proving that he can hang with the higher ranked side of this match. What a finish. Omnic emerges from that slugfest to secure the victory. Zef really pushed him to the brink in a few of those, but he just couldn't close the gap when it mattered most. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Zeth taking on the heavily favored Aster in today's match. Aster has completely owned this rivalry with a staggering 80% win rate in their head-to-head history. He's already showing the familiarity here by starting the map strong. It will be tough for Zeth to find a way to break that pattern. Zeth has actually clawed back into a 2-1 lead. Total deadlock here. Aster answers back immediately to keep things completely even. Aster just reclaimed the lead to make it 3-2. Coming off a tough 12-31 run today for the underdog. Zeth pulls it level at 3 apiece. Now, that was a lightning fast reset to pull the score level. Aster is reacting incredibly fast right now, cutting that last encounter down to a fraction of a second. We've got a total stalemate at 4 each. His current form is much steadier over the last 10 games. Zeth surges ahead, putting him up by 1. A real surprise given the ratings on display. He's completely taken over the map, putting a real grip on this match. Aster reacts instantly to secure this one, keeping things tight as we approach the break. We head into the break with the score all tied at 6 each. It is shocking to see Zeth hanging in there like this. He's fighting through a massive disadvantage to put the favorite in a real spot. Everything's wide open now. Zeth just edges ahead to take a narrow lead. He is really making a statement against the higher rated opponent. Zeth is currently holding a narrow advantage, which is an incredible flip from his historical 32% win rate. It shows a complete reversal of the usual outcome here. We'll see if he can keep this energy through the closing stages. They've gone toe-to-toe again, locking it at 8-all. Pure speed on that exchange. He's completely shifted the momentum, claiming his 3rd straight victory. Expectations are starting to align for the higher seed. He's just completely shifted the gears, putting his opponent on a leash with 4 straight wins. He's simply too fast right now, just walking through the opposition with a 5th consecutive win. Zeth manages to hold that momentum, showing a lot of grit to keep this contest alive. Aster puts the pressure back on immediately, and he's now just a single round away from victory. His composure is far superior as the finish line nears. And that is it. Aster closes out the series with an effortless final shot to seal the victory. Zeth played the heart out of himself today, but he just couldn't find a way to stop that momentum shift. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Omnic taking on Aster in today's match, where the favorite looks very strong. Aster holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history, having won nearly 80% of their career meetings. It's clear he has the mental edge here. It'll be a tough climb for Omnic to close that gap today. Just a blink of an eye and the lead extends to 3. He's maintaining that strong 32-10 pace he's had all day. Total lockdown from the favorite, who just secured another effortless frame. Omnic finally finds an answer, taking this one with total ease. A welcome shift for the 32nd seed. Unreal. Both of them were shredded in that trade, but he barely scrapes through with his life. He's showing some real resilience after that initial slide. The rating gap is significant, with Aster sitting well inside the top 20, while Omnic trails in the 32nd slot. This skill difference is becoming evident as the match progresses. Aster just needs to stay composed to keep the pressure on. Aster's firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. His recent run of form is definitely showing through today. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, making it very difficult for Omnic to build any momentum. What a scrap. Aster barely walks away from that fight with only 4 health remaining. The disparity in their overall win rates is starting to show. It's an 8-4 lead for Aster heading into the break. Honestly, everything is playing out exactly as we expected. That 4-round streak earlier really cemented the control he has over this match. Time to see a turnaround. Omnic cuts the deficit to 3, keeping hopes alive. The lower-seeded player is certainly making his presence felt now. Aster's just cruising now with a solid 4-round cushion. Goodness, they both poured it on in that trade, but Aster barely holds on to claim the round. A really dominant run from the higher-rated player so far. Aster is just relentless, leading 10-6. That's another frame where the underdog proves he can hold his own. Aster is really closing in on the finish line now, just 2 more rounds to secure the win. Aster's a strong 70% over his last 10 matches. A quick exchange ends the hope for a comeback, placing the favorite just 1 step away from victory. And that's it. Aster shuts the door and finishes the job right here. Omnic fought hard to get a few frames, but he's just not the answer for a player as sharp as Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Zef and Omnic facing off today to see who comes out on top. Omnic historically holds a big lead in their head-to-head matchups. It's a tough start for the favorite, especially since he just walked away with a victory against Zeth in their most recent meeting. Now we'll see if he can flip the momentum. Zeth is cruising right now, holding a 2-1 lead. He's looking to find some more stability after those tough losses to Aster. Zeth is really leaning into the aggression right now, and it's clearly paying off early on. Zeth is just dominating a 4-1 lead right now. We're seeing a complete shift from that usual dominant display by the favorite. Omnic answers back with a flawless play, refusing to let the lead slip further. It's a big relief for the favorite to get that bit of ground back. Zef has really been struggling recently, coming in with a poor 11-31 record over the last day. Well, you can see that he's fighting for a confidence boost here. He's finally starting to turn the tide against a player who usually has his number. An absolute shutdown there as the favorite continues his charge back into the game. He's definitely closing the gap quickly now. Zeth still holds a 2-round cushion at 6-4. His current form shows he's definitely shaking off those earlier losses. Zeth extends his grip, now commanding a 7-4 lead. He's proving that the rating gap doesn't mean much today. Zeth takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely rewritten the script since Omnic usually wins about 60% of their encounters. He's playing with a lot of fire right now. Time for a total reset. Omnic claws one back, leaving Zeth 3 rounds ahead. He's fighting through a bit of a slump right now. Zeth is simply relentless, pushing the lead to 9-5. Zeth is really starting to put some distance between himself and his opponent here. Zeth's on a roll, putting up a commanding 10-6. The veteran experience of 800 plus matches is starting to show. Omnic narrows it to 10-7 as he digs deep. His performance is mirroring that 13-9 victory from earlier today. Zeth just shut down a potential run, making it very difficult for Omnic to find any momentum right now. Zeth's control over the map is slipping as the pressure starts to mount. A tough day at the office for the lower ranked man. A quick set of shots puts him in a position to end this right now. Squeezing out a critical win to keep the lead. Omnic stays composed to avoid the loss, extending the battle as Zeth looks for that final point. And that's it. Zeth closes things out with a perfect finish to secure the win. That's a huge statement from him, finally breaking that streak of losses and proving he can outduel a top-tier opponent. Welcome to Berserk League. Duel Zef and Aster are stepping on to fast aim to see who comes out on top. Aster has won 80% of their lifetime matchups. It's not surprising to see him controlling the pace early on given that historical dominance. Zef will need a strong response soon to keep this competitive. Zef is really leaning into those height advantages today, picking up another quick one from the ramp. Aster looks a lot more comfortable now, using that ramp position to shift the momentum back in his favor. Good grief, that was a scramble Aster clings on, with practically nothing left to secure the round. He's showing the gap in quality right now. That was a brutal clash up on the ramp, but Zef had the faster trigger finger this time. Zef is definitely fighting the uphill battle here. Zef takes a slim lead, putting him up 4-3. He's certainly not playing like the underdog today. Aster handles that one quickly, picking Zef right off the ramp to bring us back to a dead even split. Zef is definitely punching above his weight today. Aster claws back the lead, now sitting at 5-4. Coming into this match, Aster has clearly looked superior in their recent encounters. Absolute perfection from Aster, who just completely shut down his opponent to keep the run going. He's completely shifted the tide, keeping the pressure high as we approach the break. The gap in their ladder rankings is really showing here. We head into the break with Aster leading 8-4. I mean, this is exactly how we expected this to go. He really took over with that 5-round streak to secure a comfortable cushion. Zef needs an immediate response here. Zef has really struggled to find a foothold in the league today. Coming into this match with a 12-30 record over the last 24 hours, it makes this latest round even more impressive as he manages to shake off the frustration and secure another one for himself. He's finally starting to put up a fight. Zef is really starting to dig in here, knocking Aster right off the ramp and narrowing this gap. He's refusing to back down, delivering a clean strike to keep the momentum shifting his way. The early gap is starting to close fast. Aster quickly puts an end to that little run, catching Zef right as he stepped up the ramp. It's a tough look for the lower ranked player to overcome right now. Zef is showing incredible grit, keeping the pressure on as he claws back toward Aster. He completely owns the ramp, shutting down Aster's mini streak with a clean double tap. He has really found a way to lock down that ramp. Absolutely stunning. He's just erased the deficit, leveling the game at 10-all. Aster quickly answers back, reclaiming the lead in this set. He's really putting that superior ladder standing to use. He just picks Zef off the toolbox and moves into a position to seal the deal. Tough spot to be in for the underdog right now. Zef just refuses to go away, tracking Aster right off the ramp to keep the dream alive. That was a lightning fast reaction to shut that door. What a finish! Aster shuts the door on the match with an effortless final blow. He just barely survived that one final push, but he's too consistent for Zef to truly overcome. A gritty performance from both players, hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, Omnic and Aster are facing off on orange with the favorite looking to keep a strong winning streak alive. Aster has an incredibly strong track record in this head-to-head, having taken 78% of their historical meetings. It makes total sense seeing how one-sided their most recent clash was. We'll see if Omnic can find a way to break that pattern today. Aster holds a slim lead as we head back. He's staying aggressive after that huge 31-10 run over the last day. We've got a dead heat early on. Both players are trading blows and refusing to give an inch. Omnic has clawed back to a 3-2 lead. He's playing way above that rank 33, standing right now. Tied up again. Aster just erased Omnic's lead. Coming into this with a lot of confidence after that 13-11 win over Zeth. Omnic was just starting to push back, but Aster shuts that down quickly to take a 2-round lead. The favorite simply too composed right now. Absolute stalemate now. We're locked at 4 apiece. The underdog is putting up a hell of a fight today. Aster edges ahead by 1, reclaiming the momentum. He's looking very steady compared to the struggles we've seen from the opponent lately. These two are just trading rounds left and right. Neither one can get a real lead established. That was a lightning fast exchange to lock things up. What a scramble! Aster barely scrapes through that exchange to keep his lead alive. That was a nail-biter, barely holding on to the lead. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, things are playing out pretty much as we expected. He's a massive favorite on this map, but Omnic is hanging in there for now. Time to see if the lead holds. Omnic is closing in, trailing Aster by a single point. Smashed that one out of the park in under a second. A tough stretch recently, but he's still keeping the pace. Omnic is really struggling to put together a cohesive run here, and it's consistent with his current form of only 20% over the last 10 matches. He just can't seem to find that high-end consistency to tilt the series in his favor. Aster has firmly gripped control, leading 9-7. He's really putting that top 15 ranking on display. The momentum is shifting back and forth here, and we're essentially in a dead heat. That's quite a contrast to their previous encounter on Dunes. Aster keeps his cool with a 2-round cushion. He's quickly shutting down any hope for a comeback. Aster is really starting to pull away here, leaving Omnic with a huge mountain to climb. He's showing why that rating gap exists. He's showing real guts here, answering back with an effortless flick. Still keeping his hopes alive for this comeback. He recovers quickly from that initial hit to secure the advantage. Just a clean execution to keep the pressure mounting. Unbelievable. Aster deletes him instantly to close out the series and secure the victory. Clinical performance to finish it off. And he just keeps adding more to his win count against this opponent. Welcome everyone to Berserk League duels. Zef and Omnic are facing off on Italy to see who takes the win. Omnic has clearly had the upper hand in the long term, leading the lifetime head-to-head 60 to 43. But that historical cushion seems to be disappearing given how poorly he's played today. He really needs to find some stability early on. What a scramble. Both players were shredding each other. But Zef just barely clings to life to take the lead. Zef is dominating the pace, sitting comfortably at 3-1. He's certainly looking stronger than he did in that last loss to Aster. Omnic claws one back, but Zef still holds a 3-2 lead. He's been struggling out there today, but he's clearly far from out. Omnic has officially shifted the momentum back in his favor, bringing us right back to a dead heat. He absolutely shreds Zet from the wine to take the lead. His edge on the ladder is finally starting to surface. A fast response from Zet to bring things back to a dead heat. That's a tough spot to be in after 3 straight losses today. Omnic just edges ahead with a tight 5-4 lead. Neither of them have had a great run of form today. Zef is currently sitting at a 12-30 record over the last 24 hours. It's been a rough day at the office, but he's already managing to fight back in the individual matchups. He really needs a strong push here to flip the script. Omnic takes the lead 7-5 going into the break, and honestly it's a fair result so far. He's showing why he usually gets the better of Zef in these matchups. Let's see how the swap treats them. Omnic is pulling away now, leading by 3. He's definitely acting like the favorite right now. Omnic has essentially broken Zef's spirit at 9-5. Zef is fighting for every single point now, refusing to let Omnic wrap this up quickly. Unbelievable! Omnic holds his ground on the wine and barely scrapes by with this round. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, moving closer to finishing this off. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Zef's form has been a struggle since that defeat to Aster. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door with a perfect round to seal the series. He really just shrugged off that poor run of form and reminded Zeth who's boss on this map. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Zef and Aster facing off today, though the favorite here is definitely looking strong. Aster looks sharp early, using that ramp to grab the opening lead. He's definitely carrying that confidence from his recent win over Zef. Aster has dominated their history, winning 80% of their past matchups. And the rating gap between them is clearly substantial. It'll be interesting to see if Zef can actually shake that pattern tonight. Just like that, Zef levels the playing field. Zef is really fighting an uphill battle against the number 15 seed. Aster was just too fast there, catching Zef completely out of position on the ramp. Zef is putting on a real clinic right now, refusing to let Aster pull away with the lead. He's really fighting back after that tough loss on fast aim. Zef is on a roll, quickly picking Aster off the ramp to push his lead. The ranking gap is definitely showing up as a factor here. He's just completely outclassed him, flicking Aster right off that ramp for another victory. The lower seeded player is really making a statement here. Aster quickly shuts him down from the Tetris. Aster has been on fire today, racking up 32 wins already. Zef is really putting the pressure on now, securing that ramp position to keep his momentum going. Zef has a pretty tough record against this opponent, winning only 32% of their lifetime games. So yeah, seeing him build a cushion like this is genuinely unexpected. It will be a huge mental victory for him if he can close this out. Zef takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, Aster is just not playing his usual game. It's wild to see the number 36 seed holding such a wide gap right now. Let's see Aster wake up. Zef is just crushing it, pushing the lead to 9-4. He's definitely not feeling the weight of those prior losses now. Aster just puts a stop to that run, clearing out Zeph right off the ramp. Zeth has definitely had a brutal day on the server so far. Zeph just couldn't be stopped there, sliding right past Aster and clearing him off the ramp. It's a complete reversal from that close battle they just had on fast aim. Aster manages to secure that ramp position and get the trade back. The rating difference is stark, but Zeth is holding steady. Zeth holds a commanding 3-round cushion at 10-7. Aster wins another clash from the ramp, keeping this comeback surge alive with 3 straight rounds. He's really starting to claw his way back into this. Zeth gets a clean stop here, putting a damper on the opponent's recent run. Aster is definitely feeling the weight of his 32-9 run today. He just wipes the floor with Aster on the ramp, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. The seedings look completely irrelevant right now. Aster answers back with an effortless pick, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. A sudden snap back to his baseline for that kill. Unbelievable. Zeth closes this out with 1 final blow to secure the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered. Talk about a complete turnaround after that previous loss on fast aim. Welcome everyone, we're on Mappers today as Omnic takes on the heavily favored Aster in this exciting match. Aster really owns this specific matchup with an incredible 78% win rate over their entire history together. So yeah, that's why it's not a surprise to see the favorite take the opening round. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually break that cycle today. Omnic has the momentum now with a 2-1 lead. Hard to believe considering he's currently ranked 33rd on the ladder. This is a total stalemate. Both of them are playing the map almost identically so far. That's a clean response coming off his hot start to the day. Aster claws back a narrow 3-2 lead. He's definitely leaning into that upper half ranking right now. Everything is wide open, now we've hit a deadlock. It's a fight for survival for the higher rated side. Aster is starting to put a squeeze on him, taking control of the pace once again. Aster is putting up a massive performance today, totaling 32 wins in the last 24 hours. That kind of endurance is exactly why he looks so comfortable with this lead. I wonder if Omnic has any answer to this level of consistency. Aster keeps pulling away and now holds a 2-round cushion. That was a lightning fast exchange to put the pressure back on. Aster is putting on a real clinic here, just refusing to give Omnic any room to breathe. His overall 62% win rate is definitely showing. Aster heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead. Well, the numbers were leaning heavily his way before we started, and the results are just mirroring that. He's looking very solid as we switch sides. Time for Omnic to fight back. Aster really likes that vantage point, simply refusing to let his opponent get a foothold in this game. He's definitely looking like the favorite he was billed as. Aster is absolutely dominating, cruising toward a 10-4 blowout. He's definitely feeling the pressure of that 30% win rate today. Omnic catches him right as he's stepping down the ramp for another point. A solid spark of hope for the lower seeded player. Aster is simply too strong, pulling ahead to 10-6. A rare moment of vulnerability for the 17 ranked player. Omnic tried to put together a run, but Aster answers right back to keep the pressure high. Aster secures another round, putting him just 1 point away from victory. Just sheer precision from the high-seeded player right there. And that's it. Aster closes out the series with a final kill from the ramp to secure the victory. He just completely shut the door on any hope of a comeback. Omnic fought a good game, but the skill gap was just too wide tonight. Welcome to the league. Zef and Omnic take the stage on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top today. Omnic holds a significant historical advantage with 61 head-to-head wins over Zef, and honestly, that usually makes him the safe bet in this pairing, but the momentum shifted after Zef's recent victory over Aster, so he's coming in with a fresh level of confidence. Omnic is really pulling away now with a 2-1 lead. The favorite is quickly asserting his dominance here. We're back to a dead heat. Neither of these two can seem to pull away early. Omnic secures the lead, putting Zeth on the back foot. Omnic is just cruising along with a 4-2 lead. The rankings put these two right next to each other. Zef is refusing to let Omnic pull away, keeping this series tight as we head into the 8th round. Zef is really starting to put the pressure on now, having taken the lead from the ramp. He's completely taking over from the ramp, picking up his 3rd straight round. Omnic has a massive lead in their all-time history, but the momentum is gone. He's just not letting up. That's 4 straight for Zef as he pulls further ahead. He's completely rewritten the script from their last meeting today. He absolutely shreds through the competition from the ramp to secure another win. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, the map stats gave him a slight edge, but this is far more one-sided than anyone thought. He's completely flipped the script after that 5-round tier. Omnic needs a strong response here. Zeth currently holds a narrow edge on this map with a 35% win rate. He's using that familiarity to really punish Omnic's mistakes. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this consistency as we get deeper into the second half. Omnic gets the better of him from the ramp, proving he's still very much in this game. He's looking to recapture that same dominance from their last set. Zef is really starting to put a grip on this series, pulling out another win from the bottom of the ramp. Omnic is digging deep here, managing to cut Zef down right as he tried to play from the ramp. He's fighting for his life after that rough 11:30 start today. He's found his rhythm on the ramp, taking control as the gap closes further. He's showing exactly why he went into this as the favorite. Zef is really starting to separate himself here, moving 3 rounds clear of his opponent. Omnic is stubbornly hanging in there, simply outdueling his opponent in a lightning-fast exchange. A total shutout in that exchange, and he's now just a single round away from victory. Unreal! Zeth shuts the door with a lightning-fast flick to secure the victory. He's finally getting the upper hand in this rivalry, proving that the historical stats don't mean a thing when you're playing this hot. Welcome everyone. We're on Junes today for a duel between Zeth and the heavily favored Aster. What a scramble. Aster barely scrapes through that first exchange, surviving by a sliver. He's definitely playing like the favorite so far. Aster has a commanding 62% win rate across his career. But we're seeing a very different story in this particular server today. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can shake off these early mistakes and start protecting his lead in the rankings. Aster is really taking control here, and he's doing it by owning that high ground. Zeth will be remembering that 13-9 victory from earlier today. Aster is just one step ahead, leading 3-2. He's trying to bridge that rating gap between them. Aster is extending his lead to 4-2 right now. That's already quite a few wins for him today. They're trading rounds back and forth now, and the gap is closing fast. Zeth is definitely fighting the odds today. Total deadlock now as Zeth forces a 4-all tie. He's really putting a dent in that historical head-to-head dominance. Secures another win from the box, completing a strong 3-round run. Aster answers back immediately, bringing the tally right back to a dead heat. Zeth pulls ahead now, clutching a 6-5 advantage. We've got a 6-all deadlock heading into the break. Zeth is absolutely refusing to be intimidated by the higher rank. He's pushed a much stronger player to the limit, and now we're staring at a potential upset. New sides, new energy. Aster just pulls a fast one, catching Zeth right off the box to regain that narrow lead. His form has been incredible throughout the day so far. Aster is really making the most of his day with a 32-9 record across all his matches. So yeah, he's clearly found a level of consistency that Zeth just isn't matching right now. It's becoming a struggle for the underdog to find any one-round answer to this momentum. Absolutely effortless. That's another one for the favorite, who's now cruising with 4 straight wins. Zeth puts a stop to the streak with a perfectly timed burst. A tough road for him, considering that overall head-to-head record. He's really digging in, managing to string together another win to keep this series alive. He's really starting to close the gap on the ladder standings. Zeth takes him right off the box, surging forward with 3 straight wins to close the distance. Aster manages to stop that run with a quick response of his own. The top 20 seed is fighting to keep his composure here. He's proving incredibly resilient, stepping up once again to keep this fight going. Unbelievable. Aster walks away from that brawl with nearly nothing left, putting him 1 victory away from the win. He keeps dancing on the edge of defeat. What a finish. Aster puts an end to the contest right here with that final shot. Zeth really pushed him to the limit, but the higher seed just wouldn't break. He's really proven why he's so dominant in their head-to-head history. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a matchup between Omnic and the heavily favored Aster. Let's get started. Aster is clearly the dominant force in this head-to-head rivalry with a win rate near 80%, and that historical edge is reflecting in the way he's controlling the space. It's going to be a steep climb for Omnic to find a way through this wall. Aster is just one step closer to the finish. A surprising start considering the rank gap between these two. The momentum has completely shifted. Omnic is suddenly looking like the one in charge here. He is just on fire right now, taking full control of the server. He's really shaking off that previous loss from earlier today. Aster responds instantly, leveling the series at 3. Aster is certainly showing the class we'd expect from a top 15 player. Omnic holds a slim lead, putting Aster on his heels. Rarely does the lower seeded player put up a fight like this. What a chaotic scrap. Aster barely scrapes through that exchange to bring us back to a deadlock. Aster edges ahead, claiming a narrow 5-4 advantage. A rough turn of events for someone who struggled against Zef earlier today. Tied up again. Omnic has fought his way back. Despite the gap in rankings, we've got a complete deadlock. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, refusing to let his opponent breathe as we approach the half. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, this is a massive shift in expectations. Omnic is playing way above his usual 30% win rate, making this an incredibly tight battle. Let's see who takes the lead. Nomnik, Nick, Neum, Nick, Reknet, Rep, A huge contrast to that dominating 13-6 result they saw in their last encounter. Aster levels it up to 7-all. A high-stakes battle that refuses to tilt in one direction. Aster is starting to pull away, putting himself in a great position to close this out. That was a lightning-fast exchange to keep the lead. Unbelievable, that was an absolute brawl, and Omnic somehow comes out on top of that mess. He's certainly shaking off that tough loss to Zef from earlier. Omnic has just clawed ahead to a 9-8 lead. It's a complete turnaround from his dominant Londer on Blame Mappas. And we're right back to square one with a 9-9 tie. Both of these guys are staying locked in as we push toward the finish. Omnic is really digging deep here, refusing to let Aster pull away as we enter the final stretch. Total deadlock at 10 apiece as we hit the 20th. It is an impressive showing for someone currently sitting at rank 34. The pace of these exchanges has picked up drastically. Omnic is reacting so quickly right now. The volatility in this game is unreal. We are basically tossing a coin at this point. Absolute chaos in this encounter. But he manages to survive and puts himself one step away from victory. What a way to force the tie. We are headed to overtime after that flawless sequence. Omnic has the lead and the momentum right now, putting a huge dent in Aster's hopes to close this out. He's really fighting the tide for the favorite today. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a third consecutive round without taking any damage. Another fast kill for Omnic, and now he's just one round away from ending it. The pressure has completely flipped on the higher seeded player. He's clawing back into this just in time. Showing some real resilience despite the deficit. A complete shutout here. Aster continues his search to keep this dream alive. A crisp finish to bring the deficit down to a single round. What a finish. Omnic closes it out perfectly to secure the victory. He's just completely flipped the script on this rivalry to walk away with the win in overtime. Like, that is a huge statement. He really earned this one. Welcome everyone. Zef and Omnic are heading to red line for a close match to see who comes out on top. Omnic holds a significant lead over the long haul with 61 total wins in their head-to-head matchups. That historical edge is exactly why the betting outlook leaned toward him coming into this. We'll see if that trend holds as Zef tries to shake off a rough day. What an absolute brawl. Zef barely clings to life to edge out a victory. That's a tight gap to close between these two on the ladder. Deadlock, Zef and Omnic are now perfectly squared off. The lower rated man is certainly finding a way to compete tonight. Zef holds the advantage from the ramp and takes control of the series with 3 straight. He looks much more confident after that 39 result on fast aim. Omnic shuts down that run from the ramp to level things up. That's the kind of stability you expect from a player in the top third of the rating. Omnic regains the lead, putting him up 4-3. His historical win rate stays remarkably consistent across the board. He's just on fire right now, taking full control with a 3rd straight. He's looking much sharper than that earlier clash on fast aim. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting together a formidable 4-round streak. Omnic wipes the floor with him, quickly picking Zef off the ramp to keep the streak alive. Another clean shot from the ramp as he continues this relentless steer through the first half. Just a total collapse for the lower seeded player. Omnic holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Honestly, it is a pretty predictable start given how soon the momentum shifted. Zef needs to find an answer for that 6-round skid if he wants to stay in this. Time for a total reset. A real stalemate on the ramp there, but Omnic is just too fast to let Zef back into this. He's really starting to bounce back after that loss on fast aim. Omnic is just too precise, picking him right off that ramp to put an even bigger dent in Zef's hopes. Zef reads him perfectly and just cleans him right off the ramp. The two are remarkably close in rating on the ladder. Omnic is just refusing to let any momentum swing back, securing another win from that elevated position. His overall win percentage keeps him in a great spot. He just shuts down that hope for a rally, putting himself on the edge of victory. The favorite is playing exactly how we expected him to tonight. What a finish! Omnic secures the final round and takes home the victory. He really just took over the server after that early push. Zet played it tight, but he just couldn't keep up. Welcome everyone to the arena. Zeth and Aster are facing off now, though the heavy favorite looks strong today. Aster really owns the head-to-head history with 66 career wins over Zeth. It's a massive disparity in their overall rivalry, but he's barely getting started here. We'll see if the higher rated player can actually close this out early. Zeth is just not letting him breathe right now, catching Aster right as he stepped up the ramp. He is really fighting against the odds today. Zeth is absolutely dominating the series at 3-1. It's a complete role reversal from their last map together. Totally untouched reaction there. And the streak keeps climbing. The favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Aster answers back with a quick strike, proving he won't just let this match slip away. His skill level is definitely showing through the pressure. A lightning fast reflex play there as he continues this climb back into the series. That's a very clean way to erase a huge lead. Zeth really used that elevation to his advantage, just floating over Aster for the win. Another clutch find from the favorite, refusing to let his opponent run away with the lead. He's finally shaking off that slow start. What a fight. He clawed back through the damage to level things up at 5-all. Tension is peaking as we head into the final stretch of the half. He manages to pick him off the ramp, extending the run to 3. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the map is playing out exactly how we expected. Aster is showing why he has the 67% win rate here, even if Zeth managed to keep it close for a while. Let's see how they settle in. He stays sharp, casually shutting down that exchange to keep his lead at 8-5. It is a tough spot for the underdog to climb back from. He's completely in control, comfortably securing another point to build a 4-round cushion. Aster has looked absolutely locked in with a 30-10 record over the last 24 hours. It's a massive gap in recent performance, but Zeth is refusing to stay down. If he can keep these small bursts going, he might actually force a closer series than the odds suggested. Unreal. He barely walks away from that ward, digging deep to secure a narrow victory. That was a nail biter, just barely scraping through. He's not going away, putting up another fight to bring the gap down to 2. Zeth is fighting out of a hole and looks far more confident now. He just won't back down, claiming another round to keep the pressure on. He's really starting to close that gap in raw skill. Aster shuts that down immediately, showing great composure to stop the run. He keeps finding a way to weather these storms. A completely effortless clear, and now Aster just needs one more to end this. He's really making his status as the top-seeded player felt here. And there it is. He closes out the series with an absolute shutout of a final round. Zeth really stepped up his game. But that 1-second flick practically sealed the deal for the top seed. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Aster facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Aster is clearly the historical favorite here, having won a huge percentage of their career meetings. So yeah, the ratings difference is really showing up in the early exchanges. Now the real question is if Omnic can claw back from this deficit. The difference in experience really shows through in his movement. Aster just completely shuts the door on this one, utilizing the ramp to keep his momentum high. Aster stays on top with a tight 3-2 lead. He's certainly capitalizing on that strong 30-10 run from today. Aster is just rolling now, extending it to 4-2. The 17th seed looks completely comfortable in this match. Omnic was too quick for him there, putting the pressure on as Aster tried to hold that ramp. His recent win against Aster on Orange shows he's capable of an upset. Omnic is refusing to go away, putting on a fierce show from the ramp to tie things up. It's rare to see this matchup stay so competitive. Omnic holds the high ground on the ramp to secure another victory, moving ahead by 1. A tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. Unreal. He barely escapes with his life there, but it keeps the momentum swinging in his favor. At Aster, run. That was a clean response to bring us closer to a deadlock. We're heading into the break with a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, this is wild given the disparity in their ratings. Omnic is absolutely punching above his weight class right now to keep this series totally even. Aster looks completely locked in right now, using that ramp position to keep the pressure high. He's really leaning into that huge head-to-head advantage over the long term. Omnic is just too snappy right now, cleaning up the ramp and taking a lead of his own. Aster is really fighting back now, securing that advantage from the ramp to take an 8-7 lead. Omnic is making a real statement here, refusing to let this one slip away. A huge shift for the guy currently sitting at rank 32. That's a tough fight for the player sitting outside the top 25. Total stalemate, we're tied up at 9 apiece. It's a total flip of the script for the underdog right now. Aster edges ahead by a single point. He's really starting to lean on that upper half ranking as we close in. Omnic really needs to find a way to break this streak before the gap becomes too wide to bridge. That's a very disciplined sequence from him to seize control. Another effortless kill for Aster, putting himself just a single round away from victory. His composure is exactly what you'd expect from a top 20 contender. A vital stop there. He's refusing to let the match slip away. The pressure is really mounting for the higher ranked star now. What a finish! Aster secures the final point to close out the series. Omnic really put him through the ringer today, but he just couldn't find that final push. He really earned every bit of this victory. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Zed and Omnic are facing off on Mappas to see who takes the win. Omnic has the clear historical advantage with 62 total wins in their head-to-head series. It's interesting to see Zed open things up here after getting handled in their most recent encounter. The question is whether Zed can actually flip the script today. Simply unstoppable right now. Zed puts up a huge 3-round lead. He's looking much sharper than that last encounter. Absolutely suffocating performance. Zed is just not letting him breathe. Hard to imagine the outcome shifting after such a lopsided start. Omnic answers back quickly, taking the trade to keep things interesting. He's currently outranked on the ladder, though he's still looking shaky. Showing great grit, digging in to keep this series within reach. The pressure is definitely mounting for the guy who started so fast. An absolute shutout there, and now the momentum has completely flipped in his favor. What a turn of events. Omnic has completely erased that early deficit and we are all square. The favorite has finally found his footing. Unbelievable, he just cannot be stopped right now. That makes 5 straight for Omnic. The momentum shift is absolute as he climbs to a 2-round lead. The gap in rankings is starting to feel like a real factor. Just a total lock on the server, putting himself in a commanding spot going into the break. That puts him in an incredibly strong position before they swap sides. We head into the break with Omnic holding a 8-4 lead. He's really making his mark here after that 8-round run. Zed started strong, but he just can't stop the bleeding right now. Let's see if Zed can bounce back. Zef is currently fighting an uphill battle with a 12-28 record over the last day. Well, it's clear he's struggling for consistency, but this latest round shows he's not completely out of it. He'll need a strong run of momentum if he wants to steal this. An effortless win for Omnic, who looks completely composed as he builds on this run. He's effectively playing like the favorite in this series. A complete demolition of that push, leaving his opponent totally exposed. Just a total mismatch at this stage. Zeth manages to secure a narrow victory from the ramp to get back on the board. He's certainly fighting for his life in this set. Omnic puts an end to that brief rally and stands on the verge of victory. He's really proving why the community had him as the favorite tonight. And there it is. What an incredible recovery to close out the series and seal the victory. He just completely took over that series. Zed's early lead was basically a mirage compared to the sheer power display we saw after. Welcome to Dunes. We have Zeph and Aster stepping up today, with Aster entering as the strong favorite. Aster owns this matchup with a huge historical lead, having won 80% of their career meetings. He's also coming off an impressive 30-10 run today. It's a tough spot for Zeph to climb out of. Zeth has actually fought back to tie it up. Zeth has really struggled with his form lately, going 12-29 today. Aster really likes the high ground, using that height to secure the second round of the match. Aster's consistency is on full display right now. Aster is just dominating, pulling ahead to a 3-1 lead. The rating difference is definitely showing up in these exchanges. What a scramble! Aster comes out on top after a frantic exchange to secure 3 straight. A sharp response from Zeph to shut down that run and keep this series competitive. Zeph is putting up a real fight, securing another win to close the gap. He's finally proving he can trade blows with the favorite. He's completely shifted the energy here, evening the score with an effortless kill. The momentum has completely flipped in this series. Absolute dominance from Zeth, who just cleared him off the box to claim a 5th straight round. He's truly in control now, outplaying his opponent once more from below to secure the lead. Zeth is playing with a lot of confidence right now. Aster answers back quickly, knocking him off the box. He's definitely seeing the fruits of that higher rank right now. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is an absolute shock given how Aster usually handles this pairing. We might actually be looking at a major upset here. Fresh starts for both players now. Atar is hanging on, trailing by just 1. The top half ranking is starting to feel like a factor again. We're locked in a dead heat at 7 apiece. Aster is clearly finding his footing after that tough loss to Omnic earlier. Aster is completely shutting him down, putting together a strong 3-round run. The experience gap is palpable as the favorite takes control. He shows a lot of grit to shut that run down and bring the series back to a level slate. Aster claws back the lead, moving ahead 9-8. His 62% all-time win rate is starting to feel like a safety net. Aster is currently on a fierce run with an 80% win rate in his last 10 outings. It's almost as if he's completely figured out Zeph's playstyle. He'll be looking to close this out quickly before Zeph finds any more room to breathe. Zeph digs in and wins this brutal slugfest, refusing to let the favorite close the door. Absolute nails on that finish. He is playing with everything on the line now. The pressure is really mounting now as the score gap starts to widen again. The gap in their ladder positions is really starting to tell. And that's a complete shutdown, putting Aster just 1 round away from the victory. A really clean display from the stronger seed overall. He closes out the series in style to secure the victory. He's just completely untouchable right now. He's keeping his momentum high and staying out of reach for the rest of the day. Welcome to the red line map. Omnic and Aster are facing off today, though the favorite definitely has the upper hand here. Omnic gets a great start here, using that ramp position to put himself in the driver's seat. A slow start for Aster after a dominant day so far. Aster holds a huge historical advantage in their head-to-head history. It's a surprise to see that translated into a deficit right now. I'm curious if he can actually shut this down before it gets out of hand. Unbelievable. Omnic barely survives that scramble from the ramp to move ahead 3-1. Omnic is just relentlessly steaming ahead at 4-1. Quite the reversal from their meeting on fast aim earlier. He's showing a lot of heart, clawing back another round to keep this close. Pure efficiency from the challenger to keep the pressure on and hold a narrow deficit. Just seeing a glimpse of that expected superiority from the top seed. And he's done it! A completely clean shot to even the map up. We're seeing that quality difference translate into a result. What a fight. Both players were nearly out of health, but Omnic claws his way out on top. He really looks like he's shaking off that earlier loss today. A sudden crisp shot brings us completely level at 5 apiece. This is exactly the deadlock the underdog wanted. An absolutely effortless snap from the frontrunner to seize control of the match. We head into the break with Aster leading 7-5. Honestly, everything is going according to plan so far. Aster is just playing his usual game, showing why he wins 78% of their head-to-heads. Time to swap seats. What a way to start the second half. Outdueling his opponent on the ramp to push the lead to 8-5. The gap in skill between these two is becoming glaring. He's refusing to back down, pulling around back to keep this contest alive. The confidence is definitely returning to the underdog. Omnic secures a flawless kill from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. The pressure is really mounting for the frontrunner here. Aster digs deep to shut down that run and regain his composure. That's exactly why he's the higher rated player on the ladder. He's refusing to fade away, securing a clean trade to keep the pressure on Aster. The gap is closing rapidly in this tight exchange here, but he manages to shut it down and bring the tally level. The underdog is making a massive statement in this series. He picks the opponent right off the ramp to push his lead to 10-9. He is completely flipping the script on how this Seharusnia start. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now claiming 4 straight rounds. He's proving to be a bit of a nightmare for the high seed tonight. Aster shows some real grit here to hold that run and keep himself in the fight. His class is starting to show in these closing moments. What a way to seize the lead. He just completely outclassed Aster to move within a single round of victory. Aster refuses to go down quietly, snatching another round to stay in the game. Tension is reaching a breaking point now. Unbelievable. He stays cool under pressure to force this entire series into overtime. A completely wild conclusion to the regular frames. Omnic is showing incredible grit, knocking him right off the ramp to secure a huge advantage. Total reset of the momentum right as it mattered most. An intense firefight where both players traded heavy damage, but Aster manages to secure the kill. Just a brutal exchange of fire to square this thing up. chaotic trade. He barely claws through that exchange to take a pivotal lead in the extra. Absolute chaos in the server as we move into round 28. Aster just completely shuts him down on the ramp to put himself one step closer to the win. Complete dominance displayed in that exchange. What a reflex! He manages to keep the dream alive with a perfect burst to the head. A total shutdown here as Omnic takes full control to put himself on match point. Total flip of the script as he forces another dead heat. Omnic barely edges ahead to take a 16-15 lead. Back to a stalemate with both players tied at 16. Aster just barely edges ahead to lead 17-16. Everything is aligning for the veteran to close this out. Atar is pulling away now, extending his lead to 18-16. The momentum is exactly where the experts expected it to be. Atar's really starting to pull away at 19-16. He really had to dig in for that one, but the top seed manages to hold on. Just an absolute war in overtime. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. Zef and Omnic face off today to see who can claim the win. Omnic leads the head-to-head count with 63 wins over Zef. It's clearly a tough history for the underdog here. He's fighting a real uphill battle against a player who has historically owned these encounters. And he just keeps on rolling, completely outclassing his opponent to take a commanding 3-0 lead. Quite a turnaround from his recent struggle against Aster. Simply untouchable right now. Zef puts a complete shutout on the opening rounds. He's just too fast. The gap is widening as Zef continues his tier. He's completely flipped the script from that earlier 13-6 loss. He's just not letting up, moving his lead to 6-0 with another rapid-fire victory. Really surprising to see this, given his struggle today. Finally, Omnic gets his first round of the match to put something on the board. He's certainly fighting to get back to his usual standard today. Zef is fighting a massive uphill climb today, currently sitting at 12-28 over the last 24 hours. You know, he's effectively playing through a slump, which makes this dominant lead even more surprising. Zef is firmly in control with a solid 7-3 cushion. He's clearly finding his confidence again. Omnic had a moment of heat there, but Zef quickly puts the brakes on any potential comeback. A tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. Zef goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, nobody expected the lower ranked player to take such a commanding grip on the game. He's completely reversed the momentum after a rough start to his day. Fresh start for Omnic here. Zef just stretches that gap to a massive 9-4. A complete reversal of their last encounter on Mapas. Omnic claws one back, but Zeth still holds a 9-5 advantage. He's still sitting above his opponent on the ladder. It's becoming a real back and forth here, but Zef is clearly the one managing the pace. He's really defying the odds given his current win rate. Zeth pushes the lead further to 10-6. He's fighting to keep the deficit manageable. Zef is putting some serious pressure on the clock now. These exchanges are happening faster and faster. Completely clean exchange, and Zeth is now just a single round away from closing this out. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal slugfest to shut the door and take the series. He's really shaking off those recent losses with a massive performance here. Just a complete shift in energy today.